Hello, and a very warm welcome, everyone, to all those joining us here in person at the ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics and the ETH's main campus building, as well as those joining us online from all different parts of the world. I'm Aisha Piotti, Managing Partner of RegHorizon and Director of AI Policy at ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics, and I will be your host for today's session. We are hugely excited that for the 2022 AI Policy Summit, we were able to hold 3 days of online discussions and now this hybrid session with you today. During the course of the last 3 days, we have listened to fascinating exchange of views on how we can balance innovation with building trust using policy as a tool. We have explored not only the implications of AI within the justice system, but also how we can harness the power of AI to improve the lives of people, especially in the developing world, including in Africa, Middle East, and in India. And we have gathered also insights on the best way forward with regards to AI and democratic engagement. Today, we'll be turning to the last two themes of our summit, which is AI and future of work and how we can build bridges between regions and stakeholders to ensure that AI serves us all without infringing on our fundamental rights. For those of you who might be joining us only today, I wanted to also share some of the remarks I have already shared during the last 3 days to give you context to today's discussions. As you know, one of the key challenges we are facing as a society today is how to capture the benefits of artificial intelligence, but at the same time minimize its risks. The aim of our platform is to explore how policy can help us achieve this balance. When we started our journey 3 years ago on this project, our vision was to build a global discussion platform that leverages on the Swiss culture of inclusiveness and transparency, our excellence in research and innovation, and our unique credibility in the geopolitical space. Also, to bring leading multidisciplinary experts from around the world to exchange their experience and their knowledge, and build collaborative partnerships within Switzerland and with other regions to co-create the future of AI policy together. I'm delighted to inform you that we feel humbled to have made great strides in achieving some of those goals. Our community of experts is ever growing. We have people registered to attend this summit from 81 different countries, representing every single continent except Antarctica. A clear testament to the global interest in this topic. During this week, we have successfully facilitated the dialogue between policymakers, business leaders, academics, innovators, and representatives of the civil society from around the world. In addition, For this year's event, we are honored to have a collaboration also with UNESCO, and we are grateful to secure strategic partnerships and financial support from the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, the Swiss Office of Communication, the Swiss Academy of Engineering Sciences, the Swiss National Science Foundation, and the Canton of Zurich. We're also grateful to our other partners who are listed on our event webpage for their commitment, their active support, involvement to make this event a reality. In particular, I'd like to mention Pratik Sival and Charlene from UNESCO, Nidhi and Avinash from India, and Arvin and his team from Diplo. And of course, my personal thanks to ETH Zurich CLE team members, especially Samuel, Sybil, and Marion for their support, and to Olga from RegHorizon for her unwavering dedication and hard work during the last many months to help us put this event together. Now, based on the feedback from the last two events, it became clear to us that whilst raising awareness and increasing engagement on AI was an area we could clearly contribute towards, it was equally important that we broaden the geographic scope of this dialogue. So the agenda for this year's summit reflects this feedback. In addition to the latest developments in the EU and the US, this year's summit features expert contributions from India, Singapore, various countries in Africa, including Tanzania, Egypt, and Kenya, as well as from Mexico and Brazil in Latin America. Now, before we start, a few housekeeping remarks. Your views are, of course, very important to us, and this platform thrives on dialogue. So please participate in the Q&A sessions. For those of us who are joining us online, please use the chat function. We have chat moderators present in the Zoom room for all sessions who will assist the panel leads to integrate your comments and questions into the debate. For those joining us in person, as we have speakers, of course, from different parts of the world, and also many who are joining us online, and we have a very full agenda, we have to be very strict with timing. So as a reminder for our in-person attendees, please make sure that you come back in time after the coffee breaks as well as lunch. In the Swiss spirit of punctuality, when you hear a bell, just please start making your way back to over here. Your printed agenda also has a QR code to access the event webpage where you can see all information about the speakers. And we can now put that also in the chat for our online attendees. Lastly, we'd be very happy if you shared your impressions of the AI Policy Summit also on social media, specifically on Twitter and LinkedIn, using our hashtag AI Policy Summit 2022. I will now pass the floor to my esteemed colleague, Professor Elliot Ash from ETH Zurich, to also say a few welcoming words. Thank you all.
Hello, thank you, Aisha, and thank you everybody for joining today. I want to give a second welcome to those here in person and also those joining from abroad on Zoom. It's great to be back in the Audimax, seeing all of you in person in our third rendition. My name is Elliot Ash. I'm assistant professor at ETH Zurich in the Center for Law and Economics. My research has a pivotal focus on AI, where we try to use data science tools and economics to understand the law and legal system and judge decision making. And at the Center for Law and Economics more generally, we have a diverse group of researchers using law and economics and data science tools to understand these issues of AI and the law and judge decision making. Later today, you'll hear from some of my colleagues from the center, including Alex Stremitzer and Filippo Lancieri. And on behalf of them and myself, I welcome you. We're proud to represent the academic side of this collaboration with the AI Policy Summit. And I think what you'll see today, and what I hope you saw over the last few days, is that we would like researchers to work not only on the tech underlying AI, but the policy around AI. If you're interested in the academic side of these issues, then I'll give a strong recommendation for joining for our workshop in AI plus economics, which starts tomorrow morning and will go through Saturday. We have an in-person event over at the Department of Social Sciences, and that's also hybrid and streaming. So check out the website to sign up for that. Now, I'm happy to turn it over to a further welcome on behalf of UNESCO, recorded by Tawfiq Jalasi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to address you at the AI Policy Summit organized by ETH Zurich and RegHorizon. In a world increasingly shaped by technological developments, it is critical to discuss the role that AI should play in society. For years, UNESCO has been working to harness AI opportunities and address related risks in its field of competence by leading reflections around pressing concerns related to the rapid development of this technology. Opportunities range from the role of AI in fostering education, in fighting disinformation and online hate speech, to its role in promoting inclusive, sustainable development, gender equality in the technology sector, and the empowerment of youth across the world. UNESCO advocates for a human rights-based and ethical development, use, and governance of AI. It does this through advocacy and awareness raising, capacity building and policy guidance, standard setting, and international cooperation. As a global laboratory of ideas, UNESCO plays a leading role in facilitating international cooperation and shaping the future of AI. It has taken up the challenge mandated by its member states to develop the first global normative instrument in the form of a recommendation on the ethics of AI, which was adopted last November by 193 countries. UNESCO is actively working with partners on digital capacity building worldwide. As part of our Judges Initiative, we are strengthening the capacity of judicial operators concerning AI through knowledge-sharing conferences, thematic workshops, as well as online and in-person trainings. This year, we have already reached 4,500 judicial operators across more than 140 countries. In addition to the judiciary system, the public sector leverages digital technologies to design and implement public policies, engage with citizens, and improve the delivery of public services. However, to build an enabling environment for digital transformation and to face the challenges of e-governance, civil servants require a new set of skills and competencies for the future. This was a priority pointed out by member states in relation to a survey on AI, which we have recently carried out. In response to this priority, we cooperated with many actors and launched just 2 weeks ago the Digital Transformation and AI Competency Framework for Civil Servants. The related digital capacity building navigator we are currently developing will enable civil servants to self-assess their digital competencies and find tailored digital transformation learning pathways. The issue of data, of information and disinformation, of privacy and freedom of expression discussed today are of crucial importance for our democracies, for human rights, and the rule of law. They often relate directly to questions on how online platforms are governed. In this regard, I invite you to continue this discussion at the UNESCO upcoming Global Conference on Internet for Democracy, Regulating Digital Platforms for Information as a Public Good. This conference will take place at UNESCO headquarters in Paris next February. This will be another UNESCO cornerstone for shaping the digital world we want requiring, of course, our collective human intelligence and our joint action. In the spirit of future collaboration for a human rights-based and a human-centered digital world, I wish you all fruitful deliberations.
Great. So now we will set the stage with the initial presentation by Professor Alex Sturmitzer of ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics. Alex has held previous positions at UCLA, Bonn, Yale, NYU, Northwestern, Columbia, and Harvard. His work on the theory and empirics of contracts, bankruptcy, and most recently legal tech has been published in all the top journals of law and economics. We're very happy to have Alex provide his insights to help start the day. Please, Alex.
Well, thank you very much, Elliot, for the invitation. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the AI Policy Summit 2022 at ETH Zurich. My name is Alexander Stremitz. I'm the professor for law, economics, and business at ETH Zurich. And let me use this opportunity to do what we best do at events like this, throw a couple of recent ideas coming out of the Center for Law and Economics at you. So they're held together by one question, and that is, how can legal scholars contribute to AI policy discussions? So first question that I want to talk about is, does law prevent the development of AI tools in medicine? So here's the background. New AI tools can assist physicians in treatment recommendations and diagnostics. And the hope is that they lead to the development of personalized medicine. And it's inherent to personalized medicine that AI recommendations will often deviate from standard treatment recommendations. Now, prominent legal scholars have argued that following a personalized treatment recommendation by an AI tool will increase legal liability in medical malpractice. And if this were true, it would undermine the use of potentially beneficial medical AI. Why? Because it would create incentives for doctors to ignore personalized treatment recommendations by AI. This is because they would be in the safe haven of just adopting standard treatment, and that would then shield them from any potential liability. Now, this is a legal conjecture based on legal doctrinal analysis. However, medical malpractice liability in the US, for example, depends in part on lay judgments by jurors. And what they think can be actually studied empirically. To determine potential jurors' judgments of liability, we conducted an online experimental study of a nationally representative sample of 2,000 US adults, which is exactly the pool from which jurors are drawn. We find that doctors were no more likely to be found liable if they decided to follow non-standard AI advice compared to rejecting such AI advice. This suggests that law does not undermine the use of AI in medicine. Why do I mention this to you? Because it shows how we can use experiments to test legal conjectures in areas where we have not yet seen many court decisions. And why have we not seen many court decisions in this area? Because these are new and innovative products, as we would expect with many AI products. Second question, can AI help to build a better lawyer? We've partnered up with a company that developed a machine learning tool to summarize legal texts. Besides creating summaries, the tool can mark sentences in the text in a graded color code that the machine labeled as pivotal for the creation of the summary. It's obvious that such a tool is helpful, potentially helpful, for the performance of many legal tasks. But does it work? We recruited hundreds of law students from leading law schools and provided them with a legal brief on an online interface. We then asked them legal and factual questions about the text. We then exposed participants to 4 treatment conditions. One, they just saw the plain text. Another one where they saw the plain text with the summary. Then one condition where they had the text with markings, and then the text with markings and the summary. Now, preliminary results suggest that we can increase the speed with which the tasks are completed by 30%, while quality of task performance is unaffected. Interestingly, there is an interior solution here. The best results are obtained when the law students are presented with the text and the markings condition and not with the text, the markings, and the summary. So adding the summary on top of this is counterproductive, suggesting that too many machine support might be bad. You see that this is actually a project that has in mind this broader question, how to best put the human in the loop. So why do I mention this to you? Because the legal profession and the administration of justice is changing with the advent of AI tools. And we see a lot of proprietary solutions and without much independent evaluations of such tools. And public universities like ETH can fill this gap if, and this is important, we have an agreement with our partner, as in this project, that we can publish the results no matter what they are. Third question, how can AI help to empower consumers? Many legal violations are difficult to detect, difficult to prove in court, difficult to quantify, and if successful, only lead to small claims. A prominent example is privacy violations by companies in the internet. Under enforcement leads companies to systematically violate the law in this area. In collaboration with the computer science department at ETH, we were able to develop an AI-powered bot that detects privacy violations in the internet. This bot can, in theory, automatically report those violations to regulatory agencies or bring a formal complaint. We found that more than 20% of companies in Europe systematically violate certain laws protecting people's privacy. And that is a conservative estimate. In the next step, we are now matching violations to firm characteristics to see which types of firms are violating consumer privacy. Is it big or small companies? Is it struggling companies or the most profitable ones? Is it companies in certain industries but not in others? But beyond these interesting questions, there's a larger idea looming in this project. How does a legal system protect or allow people to enforce their small claims? The traditional approach is class action, where entrepreneurial lawyers bring suits on behalf of many consumers who each have a small claim of a couple of dollars or euros or francs. By aggregating all these suits, it becomes worthwhile to bring them, as it allows to spread the cost of bringing them among many plaintiffs. But class actions are not available or more difficult to bring in many European jurisdictions. And they become increasingly unavailable in the US in many contract disputes due to recent Supreme Court decisions. This makes pursuing alternative routes important. Enforcement bots, as we call them, are such alternatives. Rather than spreading the costs among many plaintiffs by exploiting economies of scale, enforcement bots potentially drive enforcement costs down to zero. Why do I mention this to you? Because we see how AI is not just a tool that helps big companies to exploit consumers, as it is often portrayed in the press. It is potentially a tool that can empower consumers. In this sense, let's spend the next 2 days to reflect on how we can put AI to use for the benefit of the people and our societies. Thank you for your attention and welcome to the AI Policy Summit at ETH Zurich. We're now starting with our first panel. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah.
I had one question about the first part. I thought that was an interesting idea about medical AI potentially increasing malpractice risk. And another way to look at that, I thought, is at looking at malpractice insurance premiums. Have you heard of, either statistically or anecdotally, do malpractice insurance companies consider whether doctors or medical organizations are using medical AI in their decisions?
I have not. I've not heard of such such effects on insurance premiums, but that is certainly something that we should look into. I think what we try to do in this project as a next step is that what I told you about was mainly the situation in the US, where we have jurists deciding on these things. In Europe, of course, we have judges deciding this, and judges often rely on expert witnesses, which is doctors. And so we're currently having a follow-up study where we are comparing lay people's judgments in countries like Switzerland and Germany to lay people's judgments in the US. And then we are comparing lay people's judgments, let's say in Germany and Switzerland, to medical students' judgments on these things, and eventually maybe medical experts. So that's the next kind of project in this line of research. But I think it's a very good idea to actually reach out to insurance companies to see how they are thinking about this. Just anecdotally, I talked to one insurance company more related to our enforcement bot project, and they basically told me, that was 2 or 3 years ago, that that they actually think that all these risks are not really very important because nobody is going to bring the claims anyway. Yeah, and I thought to myself, well, that might change in the future.
Can I speak?
You should. You have the mic.
Yours have the mic on. Yeah, I can use it. Oh,
Yeah.
good. So yeah, I like your presentation, especially when you talked about the overuse of AI building the good lawyers. You know, when you give them a summary, maybe they are not having any incentive to read out the entire judgment, and over the period of time, we will get less quality lawyers. So can we apply the same principle for judges also? Because now we are implementing AI tools for judiciary. And so what would be the threat in the efficiency of the judicial process or the quality of judgments when they are applying or when they are using AI tools?
Well, I think if we can generalize from these findings, it's one data point that suggests to us that AI allows us to considerably increase the efficiency, but we have to think very carefully about how to put the human in the loop. And it's not always that more AI is better. Now, I think that the task that we have that we are looking at here is probably also a task often performed by clerks to judges. So summarizing legal text. So to this extent, this project is relevant to your question. But I think we have a project that I've not talked about at our center, which is now coming out in the Harvard Journal of Law and Technology, which looked at the acceptance. So what would lay people accept in terms of robot judges and the use of robot judges? And we found, interestingly, that that people do care about. I mean, we know that people care about the possibility of being heard, hearings, and we know that they care about interpretability of decisions. But we were very surprised to find that they find it valuable to even have a hearing in front of a robot judge. And also, they find that interpretability is important both for humans and for AI. So, to the extent, for instance, that it is very expensive to have hearings in front of human judges, to the extent it's not possible, and we have certain areas of the law where there's only kind of perfunctory hearings, introducing, let's say, an AI system and offering a hearing in front of this AI system that would basically try to check for credibility and the emotions and the sincerity of the person involved, it might actually raise lay people's perception of procedural justice. And we know that's quite important, not just per se, because we care about how people perceive the legal system, but also because perceptions of justice, we know, increase compliance with the law. And so I think those are kind of my tentative remarks to your kind of big question.
Thank you, Alex. I think we should now go to the next panel.
Thank you very much, John.
So,
panel would kick off at 9:15, so I would suggest that everybody just move in and settle in. Thank you. And we just got to make sure that everybody who's joining us also online for the panel is there. Thank you.
Right. It's 15 now. Yeah. Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. And in case my microphone was not on by now, good morning, everyone, and very, very welcome to today's panels, Building Bridges in AI Policy, Part 1. I'm very glad to have all the experts here. I see the online experts have joined us as well. A warm welcome to them. I will start off with a few housekeeping items, reiterate what Aisha has already said at the beginning. This panel is scheduled from now to about 10:40. We're going to have a few Q&As at the last 5 to 10 minutes of our panel. Also, if you're joining us online, and I heard that many of you are joining us online, please make use of the chat. There are chat moderators that are taking care of taking your questions, and we'll have a few at the very end of this panel. And it's now a huge pleasure for me to turn to the excellent panelists that we have here. I will just introduce them very briefly. They have all of them have an extensive CV, and the CV is to be found on the website. So in all brevity, very, very quickly, joining us online, he's the Director of Information Society and Action Against Crime at Council of Europe. It is Jan Kleijsen. Welcome, Jan, and let's just make sure that we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, we can hear you. Everything is working very well. Joining us online as well, he's Member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha, the Council of State of the Government of India. He's National Spokesperson and Head of the IT wing of the BJD party. It is Amar Patnaik. Welcome, Amar. Can you hear us?
Thank you so much. Yes, I can hear you. Great to be here. I'm
Excellent.
joining from...
Excellent. Thank you. And we can hear you as well. Very glad that everything is working very, very fine. Now, to my right and to your left, I will start with the very left for you. I had to think on which side you're looking at me. She is an AI policy program manager at Meta. It's the company known for owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, amongst others. It is Antonella Zara. Very nice to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And sound is working as well, so that's good. We have, he's a PhD candidate in African Studies as a meta-research PhD fellow at Harvard University. It is Bulelani Jilly. Very welcome to you. Good to have you here. And finally, he's professor and director of the Manipal Law School. It is Avinash Dadic. Welcome to you. Excellent. Now, let's start this panel proper. I'm already had a little glimpse of your expertise when we had a short coffee before starting this conference, and I know that you're ready to get started. The theme of this panel is building bridges in AI policy. And one question is, why should we even build bridges in AI policy? And two ideas that might be of help for the course of this panel. The first one actually coming from this very building comes from science and technology studies that teach us that any technical solution is necessarily shaped by the social environment in which it is created. So therefore, technology is a carrier of values, of social values, and it is right to ask ethical questions with respect to the use of technology. And the second idea is that technology is highly globalized and supply chains are diverse and global. And it's therefore important to consider AI policy from a global perspective. So maybe these are two guiding ideas that can help us throughout this panel. There seem to be ethical questions to be asked about the use of AI. And this is typically where the legislator wants to enter the scene, but the legislator is not one harmonized body around the world. And that brings me actually to my very first questions, and I would direct that question to you, Antonella. Can you explain us a little bit what you're doing at Meta, what Meta is doing, and with respect to AI and AI policy, and most specifically, how Meta is dealing with the challenges of globalized supply chains, also globalized delivery of services, as it were, and the possibly scattered and regional national laws.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Boris, for these interesting inputs. Let me also thank the organizers, Aisha and all the ATH team, as well as RegHorizon, for organizing this very interesting panel. So I will focus my intervention on two main things. The first one being how Meta is building a bridge between tech and policy through policy experimentation and our flagship initiative, Open Loop. And the second one on how stakeholder engagement is really important to ensure that AI policy is effective. At Meta, as you know, AI is an essential part of how we show people the content that matters to them and how we keep them safe while using our product. Meta's AI models perform trillions of operations every day to more than billions of people that use our technologies. However, as you said, technologies pose many challenges and are very dynamic and complex by nature, especially AI. So also regulating technology and AI is complex. We think that the most important and problematic challenge is the uncertainty around both the technology and the policy. So at Meta, we started asking, how can we make sure to unleash innovation and allow for experimentalism to enter the scene and create more effective policymaking in the field of emerging technologies? We think that experimentation is the solution to these challenges, to the uncertainties of tech and to the uncertainties of regulating tech. And by experimentation, I mean, think of regulatory sandboxes, policy prototyping exercises, test beds for autonomous vehicles, for instance. So informing the policy discussion with more evidence-based inputs. And we think that the experimentation can lead to three main shifts: from outpaced to anticipatory policymaking, to top-down to from top-down to stakeholder-inclusive policymaking, and from piecemeal to holistic policymaking. These shifts, we think, are crucial and can be achieved by means of policy experimentation. So we created Open Loop, an initiative that was launched in 2021, last year, which is a global initiative that runs policy prototyping program and aims to co-create and test the effect of AI policies before they are enacted. Policy prototyping programs can be run with any policy or governance framework. Anything that is normative in nature can be tested in a controlled environment by a selected number of norm addressees, of course. Let me tell you how this works and how we run these programs globally. First of all, we gather the main players, let's say, of the AI landscape, tech companies. Most of them are startups. We typically work with cohorts of 10 to 50 startups. And we ask them to reflect upon and test within their business model and their AI models the effects of some regulation that affect them. For instance, in Europe, we are running a policy prototyping program on the AI Act with more than 50 companies. Those companies are asked to reply to the clarity, the technical feasibility, the operational ability of the requirements of the proposal. And we call this a policy prototype, a normative framework. Then we contribute to the policy discussion by improving and providing policy recommendation to the regulator. And we do so not in a vacuum, but in a consortium. We partner with policymakers, we partner with academia, and we partner with civil society organizations as well. For instance, in India, we kicked off this week our program, and then this leads me to the second part of my intervention on stakeholder engagement. So we are testing with a number of startups in India, and we had a roundtable this week in New Delhi, the importance of local factors when implementing AI principle and the principle of human centricity. How can this be applied to the local context? So we are running these roundtables, and we are asking companies that are working on agriculture, health, education to test the policy prototype that we prepared and assess how stakeholders can be engaged in the development of their system. So we are talking about two types of stakeholder engagement. One in the creation of the prototype, the other one in the development of the technology itself. And I will conclude by stating that with this attempt, we try to be an ally to the regulator. We are looking for regulatory partners, but also scholars that are active at the forefront of tech, society, and law to build better and more effective policies together. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That brings me actually straight to Bulelani, and one of your research interests include Africa-China relations, and especially with respect to the use of surveillance technology. Now, based on what we've just heard from Antonella, is it fair to say that you have observed a few implementation of technology that did not went through a sandbox and did not went through stakeholder engagement? Do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, sure. But first, I'd like to also kind of thank the organizers that are here today with us in this room, but also to everybody else who has made this possible. Thank you for their help, but also, thank you for your ears. I think it is a kind of a correct characterization in terms of the general exclusion of all the necessary stakeholders. But to kind of first I guess contextualize this general statement. Much of my work really looks into the distribution of Chinese surveillance technologies, with a special attention to AI surveillance technologies in the global south, with a general prioritization of kind of Kenya and Ethiopia as kind of really cases to kind of think more actively about not only what are Chinese companies doing, like Huawei, in the global south, but also how are these kind of local actors also integrating these technologies to support local initiatives. Much of the general literature on this topic generally presupposes a couple of axes. One of the kind of main general tenets of the literature, argues that effectively the distribution of Chinese AI surveillance technologies leads to the further exacerbation of kind of either local environments or simply kind of the backslide of democracy. And so much of my work really kind of takes that as the general, launch pad for much of my research. And when you kind of look into this, subject more carefully, what becomes evidently clear is that it's not simply important to think about the supply side of things, i.e., China's own kind of uh, let's say, geopolitical ambitions and the distribution of surveillance technologies into the global south. And we could kind of rat on about as to exactly why China and its companies are distributing these technologies. It's also important to really think through how our local stakeholders integrating these technologies into their own kind of public security systems. And what is clear is that when a lot of these kind of countries, and particularly in the global south, are taking on some of these surveillance technologies, they're doing it with the general intentions, both of developmental ambitions, but more importantly, concerns around crime and terror. But they usually land in political and legal environments that don't necessarily always have robust data protection measures in mind. And so my work in particular is really thinking more kind of on the ground and actively about, what does robust data protection measures look like in the context of low-income countries that have specific challenges that are not simply contingent on whether or not they have the law, in the books, but also, sometimes the technical difficulties of simply not having the necessary expertise to support their general ambitions, even if the law in itself is there. But also more importantly, also thinking about, the AI technologies themselves. I think, one of the earlier comments today, really aim to establish that, the application of AI is not always an exacerbating factor in the negative sense. It can sometimes necessarily support, localized ambitions. So then thinking with that in mind, what does it also mean then to think about, AI being applied in the most appropriate means in these contexts? And so I'll kind of leave my opening remarks there, and I kind of hope to elaborate later on some of my findings.
We'll certainly get back to that. Thank you very much. You brought up quite a few item points that I think is worthwhile discussing later. I'll turn to you, Avinash, and we've heard that technology has an impact on society. We've also heard just in the presentation before that technology is also more and more coming into the working field of lawyers. And I was wondering how fit for purpose is law to mitigate unwanted impacts on society, and how fit are lawyers nowadays? Do we actually even have to change the curriculum in our law schools? What do you think of that?
Okay, so basically you have two questions.
That's true.
First, I will talk about the law and society, and how law can help to protect the society. Yeah, and second about the law school. Yeah, am I clear? So the first thing, we have created rules and regulations basically to protect the society. But this society, I think that's important, because now we are living in a very interesting era where countries more and more they are going for deglobalization, and the corporates and individuals and civil society they are looking for more globalization. Okay, so these technological platforms, they have opened the gates, national boundaries they really don't matter anymore. So this is an interesting time, how to make a balance in it. When you talk about society, then the first question is, do really society worry about these concerns? If we see in history, laws have failed to protect environment. When we were implementing technologies to produce more, nobody talked about their impact on the environment that time. And now we are talking about the climate change or global warming. We are trying to make some laws now. Nobody talked about that time. Same thing with the food laws. When we needed more food, especially in developing countries, less developing countries, or even developed countries also, what type of food we are having now, and what are the negative impact of that food on people's life, or even on the climate? We never talked about these issues. So more or less laws are reactive. Okay, and I think this is the general trend. But now the most important question is that when we talk about the AI, will we have time after 10, 20, 30 years to see the negative impact or the ethical or the other negative dimensions of AI. So that's the one point. Do really society worry about it? I don't think so. In developing countries, I am talking from the developing countries point of view, when people are looking for their basic amenities and entertainment, some basic services, these technologies are providing good help. So in that environment, if you start talking about that, how to create rules, regulations to regulate these technologies without the support of the common man or the people, because ultimately laws are coming from parliament or by judiciary. So when the judiciary and the politicians are not forced by people to create some ecosystem, it's difficult to create an ecosystem. That's the point number one. Who is responsible to do this? Politicians? I don't think so, because it's not really much concern. I think the civil society, academicians, and I believe that now the corporation should take the lead. Because what we have seen in last 500 years, most of the big changes or the intellectual changes, they came from the corporates. I think the first time in history when we are observing that the big corporate houses, their employees are revolting. Like for example, Google employees, they said, no, we won't take this Chinese project because this is anti-human. I think this happened first time in openly a big corporates guys, they said, no, we don't do it. I think we need to bring more democracy and more discussions in the corporates, and we need to make them more not accountable, because when you call them accountable, it means that they are doing something wrong. They're not doing anything wrong, they are just doing their business. And this is how business works. So I think we need to have more dialogue with corporates with open mind and open heart, because we have a lot of suspicion. We believe that these guys are evil. If they are evil, then why we are using their technology? We can stop it. No, we don't want to stop it, but we want to abuse them. I think this is a time to have a honest discussion. This is the only way we can protect our society. That's the first point. Open discussion, honest discussion without accusing anyone, because we like to throw balls. The government says that these corporate houses are bad. Corporate says that government is over regulating our innovation process. Okay, and the people really, they don't care. Okay, very few people they talk about these issues. Okay, maybe they will talk about after 10, 15 years, 20 years, but not now. So that's a opening remark. Second, about the law school, I think I agree with Professor that yes, the technology can help the lawyers, the legal ecosystem, judicial system, law enforcement system. AI can help a lot. But at the same time, we should not forget that AI is not coming from space. AI is nothing but a reflection of our human society. So whatever database we have right now, they are having a lot of bias and unethical dimensions. So if you use the same historical database and create those technologies and use them, so you are bringing basically humans in digital space. So we need to be very, very careful that we cannot rely on these technologies like with something that they are miracle. No, they are not miracle. The empirical data has been very clear in USA, especially the AI technologies have been used in a very negative way against uh, some minority communities. Okay, so my understanding is that when we use technology in a very sensitive area like the justice, because justice is the foundation of society. Once we lose our faith in justice system, then I don't know what we will have. So when we use technologies in judicial system, in legal education or law enforcement system, we have to be very, very careful. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's quite interesting what we just heard, deglobalization versus globalization. And I want to turn to Amar. Amar, India is a big country with a very large population and certainly also a very diverse levels of digital literacy. Now, you have a very interesting job, and I lift my hat for the challenges you face. And now we heard that the challenges are both national deglobalized and also globalized. And what do you think? What do you think of all this, and what do you think your work is contributing for the Indian society? What are you doing?
Thank you so much. I heard very intently what Antonello was saying and Avinash was saying, a lot of reference to India. I was a member of the Joint Parliamentary Committee that was looking into a privacy law in India. We spent about 2 years on that, but then subsequently withdrawn to be reintroduced in a different manner. Why it was decided to reintroduce the bill was largely from the point of view of 2 aspects. One, which you mentioned, the huge digital inequity in a country like India. We must be mindful of the fact that about 40% of rural India doesn't have internet in a qualitative internet. Some people have to climb to trees to get the internet signal. About 25% do not have access to smartphones. So in a sense, what happens is the fact that they might be getting services because of use of AI, because of innovation, and it is good so long as it is good, so long as it is delivering the benefits. But if the data is used for purposes which results intentionally or unintentionally to create harm to them, then you can imagine the kind of, it's not just a question of a complaint, it's a question of almost a small amount of, a small version of, riot that happens because people may have lost money, people may have lost their belongings, people may have lost their houses, people may have lost their families. Some people may have even got their data used for purposes which causes harm to their families. So I think the big question in technology per se, adoption of technology per se, and diffusion of technology, not just AI in India, which is a prime concern for us legislators while passing any tech law in India, is this issue of digital inequity. Since technology has been used largely in India currently for financial in fintech, there has been a massive growth of fintech, particularly after the lockdown, COVID-induced lockdown. So there again, the digital inequity and digital inequity is exacerbated by financial illiteracy. So these 2 components are very important, which is to be addressed. And therefore, I was very happy when Antonella talked about, co-creation, stakeholders consultation. But are those stakeholders being consulted who are definitely reaping the benefits now, as Avinash said, they are reaping the benefits now, so they're not really bothered. But once a harm is caused to them, then it actually explodes in a country like India. And a small number is a huge number by any standard globally. And that creates a problem for governments, that creates a problem for the local self-governments. And then the allegation is largely that government is supposed to be the trustee of the people, a welfare state, and the government did not take care. So I think in the diffusion of AI and bridging the gap between countries across jurisdictions, I do fully agree that there is a need for international order on this, a global order in this. This is what our finance minister has said, and all international fora, IMF, World Bank, and elsewhere. And I have also mentioned it both in Parliament and outside while writing. But the fact is, within the country itself, intra-country adoption of technology, AI-based technology, it is beneficial for agriculture, beneficial for health systems, beneficial for rural development, but then the harm aspect has to be considered, and that has to be very transparent. The people have to be told. Many of the times the people are not told, and therefore the need for a very robust privacy law in our country. Now, privacy has been accepted by our Supreme Court 2 years ago as a fundamental right. And therefore, if it is a fundamental right, it is constitutionally guaranteed to them, then it is the duty of the government to protect against these harms, protect against violation of this fundamental right. And therefore, when we are discussing this entire issue of bridging the gap, I'm sure that co-creation is extremely important, but then the right stakeholders have to be consulted. I'm very happy that she talked about startups being consulted, the carve-outs to be made out for them, the regulatory sandboxes to be provided by various regulators. But I think the people who are currently reaping the benefit, they are not being adequately consulted. And this is where we come in as responsible legislators while enacting the laws in India. And for example, I'll say, we talked about the crypto regulation. We were going a little far. We talked because the young crowd wanted this, but then we didn't really adequately inform them about the challenge, about the risks that they would be dabbling in. And that's where our role came in. And I think now we decided that the government of India, the central bank, will first introduce the CBDC, and then we will think about how to allow private virtual assets to come in, and then we'll be able to make a regulation for them. But the fact is that even if we don't regulate for them, the market can still, just as you know, it crosses boundaries. The nation states currently, because of internet and because of blockchain technologies, have lost significance as far as technology is concerned. And therefore, we as a country, both the executive side, the government and the parliament have been insisting, and I have personally been insisting, on a global order to be decided, a principle-based order, let's say purpose limitation, collection limitation, data minimization, proportionality. All these have to be first decided, and let the countries, individual countries, then get down to making separate laws to give privacy to the citizens. This is one aspect. The second aspect that I would like to talk about is the fact that as Avinash was saying, that if you are using a lot of data which the machine learns from, then the data is also importing a lot of the discrimination that was there in society before. In a country like India, these discriminations have been across several bases, and therefore these discriminations, if they get imported into future innovation, then those discriminations get actually deepened. So one has to be mindful of that as well. Lastly, I would like to say that just you talked about science, technology studies. You are also aware that the social construction of technology by Willy Bijker from Netherlands, when he talked about society itself, influencing the way technology is developed, is equally important. And if we push down from top these benefits, then it's only a section of the people who get the benefits. The large section of people may not get that benefit, and those discrimination can be actually perpetuated or deepened because of these innovations. I think my concern on data, the use of data, and AI using that data, which results in harm probably when not handled properly, intentionally and unintentionally. And second, the denial of service because of the way regulation is made or the way the algorithms are designed is something which are matters of concern when we are discussing about the proliferation of AI in the world, and in particular in India. There is no denying the fact that the benefits are immense. There is no denying the fact that it would decrease the transaction cost in several things, improve the lives of people, but we have to be also mindful of the context in which it is operating, which is digital inequity, financial illiteracy, access to internet itself, access to devices in which they can take advantage of these applications.
Thank you very much. Excellent. And many discussion points to pick up later as well. I'm glad you mentioned many of those points. I will turn to Jan. Jan, it sounds like the multilateral approach is conducive to best addressing regulation in AI. We've heard from the national approach. We've also heard that not only legislators are in charge, but there should be some sort of multi-stakeholder approach to AI policy. Would you like to introduce us to your work and to the work of the Council of Europe with that respect?
Thank you very much. Yes, with great pleasures, and very warm good morning or good afternoon to you from Strasbourg. I represent the Council of Europe, and just to a few words by way of explanation, it is an organization very distinct from the European Union, with which it is often confused, also because of the terminology used. The Council of Europe is Europe's oldest multilateral organization, political organization, founded in 1949, with the aim of preventing the horrors of World War II from recurring. Our founding fathers include, and mothers include, Winston Churchill, de Gasperi, etc. The aim of the organization is to prevent these horrors from recurring by promoting and protecting human rights, rule of law, and democracy, the holy trinity of the Council of Europe, if you so wish. And we've been doing this since 1949 through multilateral legal instruments, in particular treaties, Council of Europe treaties. The best known on the European continent is the European Convention on Human Rights, which has a court that can deliver binding decisions upon individual applications against governments. Now, the Council of Europe realized very early on that in order to ensure protection of human rights, rule of law, and democracy, new technological developments had to be taken into account and had to be addressed. Therefore, 41 years ago, the Council of Europe established the world's first treaty on data protection. And that came at a time when very few countries around the world, if any, had any data protection legislation. And this treaty, this convention, Convention 108, as it is known, and some of you may be aware, be familiar with it, shaped national legislations, not only in Europe, but across the world. There are currently more than 56 parties to the convention, and we cooperate with more than 70 countries on a regular basis in the field of data protection. Now, 21 years ago, the Council of Europe established the world's first treaty, and to this day, the world's only treaty against cybercrime. And that treaty now has 67 ratifying states that have ratified, parties. Nigeria joined just 3 weeks ago as the 67th party. We have state parties on all 5 continents. And I'm mentioning this because I'll come, of course, to AI in a moment, how regional organizations like the Council of Europe can make a contribution to setting global standards. Not only do we have 67 state parties to this particular convention on cybercrime across 5 continents, but last year we were present and we assisted in capacity building in more than 140 countries around the world. Now, of course, this is not every state, it's not the entire community of states, but I would venture here that 140 states is already a considerable global community. Artificial intelligence, and I could not agree more with the previous speaker also to say that it can be hugely beneficial. It will bring fantastic advantages, and you're all aware of that. But it also carries risks. And allow me just 2 or 3 minutes to explain to you a demonstration of that risk that sadly occurred in my country of origin, the Netherlands, over the past years, where the tax authorities used an AI system to detect fraud with regard to child benefits. The aim was very laudable. Fraud had been detected with regard to the social services, with regard to particular family allowances and child benefits, and the aim was to reduce this. A system was deployed, and the results were catastrophic. Over 26,000 people were wrongly and completely unjustifiably identified as having defrauded the system. They had to pay back the benefits they had received over years. This meant that many livelihoods were destroyed. Lives were lost because people committed suicide because of the stress and this enormous financial pressure they were put under. Over 1,600 children were taken away from their parents and have still not been reunited with their families. The judiciary failed to address this issue because the computer said it was okay. And the president of our highest administrative tribunal publicly apologized on television for the miscarriage of justice. The government had to resign. And the crisis is, as I said, the children have still not been returned. The consequences of this are still being felt. The important lesson to draw from this, as was pointed out by the Council of Europe's main advisory body, we have an advisory body on rule of law matters and constitutional issues called the Venice Commission, made up of many former ministers of justice, prime ministers, eminent constitutionalists, and they work incidentally in over 60 countries in the world. An opinion on this scandal was delivered in October 2021, which makes for interesting reading, and you can find it on the Council of Europe website, Venice Commission, Netherlands, October 21. On this scandal, the Venice Commission pointed out that part of the problem was the insufficient governance of AI. What it also pointed out is that what happened in the Netherlands could easily happen elsewhere, not only in Europe, but around the world. Because when governments place a high trust in AI systems without the necessary checks, without thoroughly checking the data for bias, without competent human oversight, without a judiciary that is aware that technology can get it wrong, that the computer can get it wrong, that automated systems make wrong assessments because of the bias that's in the data, because they don't see the bigger picture, and of course because AI systems do not have any empathy. Had this assessment been made by humans, the fact that all those suspected of fraud came from a migrant background and all lived in particular areas, all of them should have given rise to questioning and to challenging the results. But a blind faith existed in the automated system. Of course, lessons are now being drawn from this. And in the Council of Europe, we over the past 2 years, we have done two things. First of all, we looked at existing ethical frameworks and existing legislation to determine whether there was need for more, whether we do need international law to address this issue. And we did so in a committee that was composed of our 46 member states, but also of our 5 observer states, namely the United States, Canada, Mexico, Japan, the Holy See, and the government of Israel, which requested to be admitted to these consultations. The answer was unanimous. There are important gaps. Of course, we have the Data Protection Convention. There's national legislation that's in some cases already deals with these issues, but there are important gaps in legal protection. And the tragedy in the Netherlands is an example of that. Secondly, we examined the provisions, the elements that a future treaty could have, and these were presented December last year. On that basis, the governments of the Council of Europe, the 46 governments, now 46 because the Council of Europe expelled the Russian Federation after its aggression in February, which started in February and is sadly still going on against Ukraine. So now 46 governments decided to launch negotiations on what we hope will be the world's first treaty on artificial intelligence and human rights, along the pioneering lines I mentioned earlier: data protection 41 years ago, cybercrime, and now 21 years ago, and now artificial intelligence. And we were given a very short deadline to negotiate this. Because of the urgency, and it is really urgent because the systems are increasingly being used by governments, public authorities at all levels, and without adequate governance, the technology does carry huge risks. The draft treaty should be ready by the middle of November next year. So basically a year and a half to negotiate, which is extraordinarily short if you consider that most negotiations in the UN context on treaties take at least 10 years. So we are working very hard on this together with our partners in other international organizations, such as UNESCO, OECD, of course also the European Union, which is working on its own EU AI Act, which also concerns a number of human rights provisions, but where the basic starting point is to have proper products, a market regulation, safe products, whereas for the Council of Europe, it is to ensure that those that use artificial intelligence tick a number of boxes to make sure that fundamental rights are respected and that the technology is used for the good and not to harm. Stakeholders were mentioned by several speakers. We're very pleased that important companies such as Meta, but also some 26 others, the bigger companies, the very big companies, but also associations of smaller companies, of telcos, of standard setters such as IEEE, are also sitting at the table, in addition to civil society, which also participates in our discussions to ensure that we get the broadest possible consensus on the elements that should be in a binding treaty, not just left to ethical self-regulation, ethical charters, self-regulation, but a binding international treaty, which we hope will become a global standard as the other treaties I have mentioned. We very much welcome, of course, any input that can be given, such as a conference as this, and I look very much forward to your comments and input. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think I would like to open up the discussion for sure, and then you'll always free to chip in at any moment you want. And I think we can continue with the theme of stakeholder engagement, because that's something that really reunites all five experts here. And I thought to start off with you, Bulelani, and ask you again, in the course of your studies, what have you observed? What do you think went wrong, and what do you think people or governments or who else should learn from it? Maybe let's start from there.
Oh yeah, sure. So once again, trying to kind of contextualize the nature of the work as it relates to currently where the field is, but then also to try and give somewhat of a very specific example in terms of what happens when you effectively use AI surveillance technologies, let's use a technical term, willy-nilly, what exactly happens. Currently, if you kind of look into the literature that kind of documents AI surveillance technologies into the global south, with a special attention to Chinese AI surveillance technologies, most people generally estimate that about 63 countries in the global south have generally adopted Chinese surveillance technologies. And those general technologies, are used for a variety both of kind of administrative and public security purposes. In the specific context of, say, the countries that I focus on, say Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, these technologies have been mostly integrated with the ostensible purposes of, supporting crime and terror concerns. And those seems quite plausible, specifically when you're thinking about some of the kind of domestic challenges around those areas. But, when these technologies are being integrated, firstly, specifically in the context of Uganda, civil society in itself was not at the table. The Chinese companies that were particularly working with the government were not particularly asking questions as to exactly how these technologies will be used. And we've had particular cases of, political opposition being arrested and being identified by these technologies, and effectively supporting certain governments, and in particular, that state in kind of suppressing, democratic participation and activity from the opposition. And so when you're thinking about that particular example, one can obviously point to a factor that, an absence of, multi-stake partners were not particularly involved in that example. But for me, what is also particularly important is to really think through about how the exportation of certain technologies don't always travel with the values of those companies or the countries in which they're being sourced from. Much of the general literature on this topic generally draws attention to the fact that China, particularly China and its companies, are interested in somewhat being more involved in the normative shaping of kind of cyberspace and technology, but they begin to also to ignore how localized political factors might also mediate general outcomes. And much of my work in particular is interested not simply in thinking through which companies or which countries are sourcing these technologies, but also in thinking through, well, what does it then mean to try and build robust measures in more kind of challenging legal environments like Uganda, where sometimes the application of these technologies may not always necessarily have, the best intentions in mind, even when they ostensibly come under the appropriate interest of supporting crime reduction and so forth.
I had when I read your article, I remember that one of your claims was to actually implement and enforce data protection measures, and I remember Amar also mentioning some aspects of data protection and also data quality. And I thought it's worthwhile asking Jan the following question. The Council of Europe already has, as you pointed out, data protection regulation in place. What do you see, or how did you come to the point that you see there is a need for something on top of data protection to regulate AI? Where is the gap?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Data are an element of AI governance, but are only an element. For instance, awareness raising, human oversight with regard to its use, proper training. Already earlier on, a colleague from UNESCO pointed out the importance of training civil servants, so ensure that the state administration is aware of that. The fact that people should be informed when they're interacting with an AI system. Most of you will be aware of the legislation in California, in the United States, that obliges companies of a certain size to inform their customers when they deal with AI chatbots, for instance. And of course, the same principle, I think, should also apply to governments when they deal with their citizens. The proper testing of systems, the regular control. So there are a whole series of aspects. Very importantly, human rights impact assessment before a government uses an AI system to basically delegate, because that's what it is, delegate to an automated system tasks that traditionally were carried out by human beings. So if authorities decide to delegate that to make a human rights impact assessment, what the consequences of this could be and how one can mitigate the possible negative effects. Very importantly, I think also to be modest in when it comes to prevention, and realize that even with the best precautions, with the greatest care, with the most carefully chosen data for training the systems, even when they're trained in regulatory sandboxes before being rolled out, things can still go wrong and things will go wrong. And therefore, it is important that there is always a remedy, that it is possible that citizens, when AI systems are used by governments, have a possibility to first of all, they must be aware, of course, what's happened, as I said, but that they would have a remedy in order to redress the wrongs that may inadvertently have been caused, despite all the precautions, by even the most sophisticated systems with the best possible data we have. So just a series of examples. where gaps are and where we think additional regulation is necessary. Where the jury is still out is on red lines. There seems to be a consensus amongst the parties around the table that issues such as social scoring should not be allowed. Emotional recognition is another one, a hotly contested issue. Certain aspects of facial recognition are being discussed. There's no consensus yet on those, but it is not impossible that in addition, states will, the stakeholders actually, not just the states, because as I said, you mentioned that what unites the 5 speakers is the importance of multi-stakeholder involvement. We really attach great value to that, that we hope to find consensus on what should be the best possible formula for a proper governance of AI. And as I said, based on law, not just on intentions, but based on law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm turning to Antonella now and going back to the stakeholder engagement that you've mentioned early on. And also, again, citing Amar, who asked the question, well, co-creation or stakeholder engagement is good, but are the stakeholder you engage with representative to the entire population? How do you make sure that stakeholder engagement in your work is actually representative?
Thank you for the question. So let me start by saying that we don't aim to have a scientific validity in terms of the programs, but it's really just to start a discussion around who should be in the room. For us, we would like to share the thought that all the stakeholders should be at the table in discussing these technologies and their impact on population, on affected people. That is why we also involve civil society organizations, not only companies, in the co-creation phase of our programs. And also to talk about what Jan just said about the importance of basically building a responsible product. This is what we are investing in. This is what Meta is investing in. Building a responsible AI. We have a team that is dedicated to make sure that our products follow not only human rights, but also responsible practice in terms of fairness, robustness, and safety of the models, but also transparency. And maybe let me focus on transparency. And human oversight was also mentioned. In one of our open loop programs in Singapore, we partnered with the Infocom Media Development Authority to test with companies their governance framework on AI explainability. So I think that part of the challenges that AI poses is that companies need to build these responsible tools, right? So we made sure that these startups were confronted with this model governance framework on explainability and implemented explainability measures in their systems. And the results of the program are that after the end of the program, most of companies kept the explainability measures in their systems. And also the authority was capable of improving in this iterative process their governance framework. Transparency is also very important when it comes to end users and AI users or operators that deal with models, for instance. We have developed in that regard system cards, which is an approach and way to explain how models function to people that deal with the technology. And finally, I don't think AI operators are the only actors that are relevant in this space, right? We also have end users, consumers. We are currently testing the Article 52 of the AI Act on transparency obligations and for users interacting with systems, kind of imagining with the input of our startups how users should be better informed regarding the fact that they're interacting with a bot, for instance, or a virtual assistant. And early findings show that users appreciate to be informed, but not too much, because this would lead to information overload. So this doesn't increase the level of trust and agency they have in the AI system. So this is to say that we really want to be an ally of regulators. We believe that multi-stakeholder engagement is key to enable these policies. And we look forward to potential partnership. We really welcome the initiative of Council of Europe to be a front runner in the human rights aspect of AI. So thank you very much.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm coming back to you, Avinash, because you mentioned that there's a need for more democracy in cooperation. It sounds like there's a need for a change in incentives for incorporation, but is what Antonella just presented going into the right direction? Is it our corporation being more democratic in that way?
Okay, so I think when you talk about this bridging the gap, so I think if I say this is the bridge, so on this side, corporations and government, and I think that side, the end users. Okay, so government and corporation, they are already interacting with each other since a long time. This is not happening first time. In the last 20, 30 years, they are interacting with each other. And it's not only AI, they are doing this type of dialogue on various technological issues like the competition law, intellectual property law, money laundering law, banking law. So this is not a new thing, the interface between government and corporates or the regulators or the policymakers. So they know each other very well. They have enough information about each other. So what they are doing, I think it's just like a game, it's like a game they are playing with each other. The issue is the end user, whether he is concerned about that process or not. If you see in last 20 years, how much awareness we have created in public about the abuse or the negative dimensions of these technologies, I think very rarely. Government is not doing it. At least say I'm talking about from the Indian perspective, okay, because I can't talk from the European or the American perspective. Maybe you guys have done something better. But at least in developing countries, I can say very clearly that government was not very keen to share this information with the people that these technologies which you are using now, they are very useful. Like the WhatsApp. WhatsApp is very useful. Facebook is useful. Google is useful. It's really empowered people. So people are very happy with these technologies. If you ask any common Indian, what do you think about WhatsApp? He says, I love it. Guys don't pay anything. And it's a very, very easy to use. And I love it. They have family groups, they have friends group, they have alumni groups, and they love it. They love Facebook, they love Google, they love everything about all these emerging technologies. So the issue is that who will tell them? Companies or the government? Governments, they don't have time, resources, or expertise. Okay, the corporates, historically they never did it. No pharmaceutical company informed any people that don't take these medicines. They have anti effects also. Uh, Pharmaceutical, chemicals, fertilizers, all these chemical industries, they never informed people about the negative dimensions. But now I think people are out of the government. Some people, not all, but some people, they are self-educated, they are self-aware, and they are reading about it, and now they are raising these issues like the ethics of the AI, the transparency in the AI, fairness in the AI. For a layman, it doesn't matter. Like a normal man, why should I care about fairness or transparency in technology? I'm enjoying it. Yeah, this is how it works in life. So my point is that the corporations, I think they should take the lead now. Why? It's a self-interest. Because here we are not talking about technology. We are opposing the business model of these companies. The Google, Facebook, and all these tech companies, the AI-based companies, we are challenging their business model. That these regulators, they are challenging their business model. So the dialogue between the corporations and the government is a trade-off. Okay, just making a balance that you want to do business, you do your business because we want you to do your business. Like for example, in India, data privacy, Supreme Court recognized privacy as a fundamental right of Constitution in 2018. And still we are end up in 2022. We don't have any data privacy law. We want a data privacy law at the top level, not at the, people don't want it. People are not concerned about their privacy. So there is no political pressure on the government to make a law, but there is a lot of discussion going on within the government that if we have a strict data privacy law, maybe it will hamper our FDI, our growth, our development. At the same time, we need to create some rules and regulation which gives us some protection to our people. So I think there's a lot of conflict within the government. But I think the corporate side, what's my hypothesis that in the long term, it's in their interest. Because once people will get more awareness, and if there is any political pressure, see, you need to understand politicians normally work under a pressure, because they have to contest elections. So if there is a political pressure from the people that we don't want it, we want to stop it, blah, 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 then very quickly, the regulators or the government will take a very hard stand on the business model of these companies. Yeah. And I think that's not a good situation for any corporate. So in the self-interest of these corporations, they should create awareness. Okay, the people should know about their legal, ethical, and all these dimensions. And with a dialogue of people, initially maybe they will hurt some of their business. They have to change some of their business strategies and the way they are running their houses. But in long term, it's in their interest, because I'm very much sure that this model where the governments are deciding things, no, not anymore. In next 10, 15, 20 years, I'm very sure that people, the educated people, aware people like you, they will take control, like what's happening in Iran right now. Okay, we never thought of that one day the women in Iran, they will behave like this. So I think it's a changing scenario, and the government and corporation should understand that if they want a peaceful solution and a very democratic way solution, this gap, this bridge between the government and corporations, between people, should be filled very quickly. And this should be done by advocacy, awareness, and honest dialogue.
Well, that's very interesting. Thank you very much for that. And I will turn directly to Amar and asking what you think of what we've just heard. So taking the perspective of the end user being very important, and the government being not so important in I put it like this, in AI policy, and corporations being more important going on. What do you think of that? Oh, he has left.
I think both of them.
Possibly away. Both of them? Jan is here, but Amar is not here anymore. Okay, excellent. So Jan is here. Perfect. So Jan is here. Amar is not here anymore. So may I go back to Antonella then and ask you what you think of the claim that it's in the self-interest of technology companies to think or to implement more ethical boundaries?
Yeah, as I said at the beginning, I think we should overcome this top-down approach, and a more inclusive approach to this policy is what is best for the interest of society. We are at the beginning of the AI journey, let's say, so it's better to act together in this respect and create more inclusive and stakeholder engaged environment for policy of AI.
So multilateral organizations such as the Council of Europe being something like the most top-down organization possible, how do you make sure at the Council of Europe that you also have a working stakeholder engagement?
We have. Oops.
Jan, you still with us?
Can you hear me? You saw me.
Now I can hear you better.
Sorry,
yeah.
I just lost. Okay, sorry, there was a small problem with the connection. We've actually established already very early on in the history of the Council of Europe a formal status for NGOs, so to have civil society as a formal stakeholder. And since 2017, we have what we call digital partnerships. Companies and associations of companies, I mentioned, the private sector, which wishes to commit to help us promote human rights, rule of law, and democracy, exchange letters with the Council of Europe. That's the formula. Can apply for such a status, and then there is an exchange of letters, and then they become formal digital partners. And Meta, I'm very pleased to note, is one of them, as are Meta's partners, competitors, if you like. We have Microsoft, Google, Apple. We in total, but also a number of smaller European Association of Internet Service Providers, Telefonica, Lego Group, etc. So they have a formal status, and therefore they are admitted to a number of Council of Europe committees, notably to the committee that negotiates now the AI treaty. They cannot vote, but they can fully participate. They can propose amendments. They can discuss the text. They can make themselves proposals for wording. So they're very, very actively involved. I would make an appeal here to them to be even more involved. Not all companies that we have at the table are equally active. And I think for them, it is a very important opportunity to be able to shape future regulation rules, and to what we also very much hope, of course, I don't think it was mentioned yet, well, it was mentioned, of course, by Meta, but is the integration of all these principles from the very beginning. Human rights should not be an afterthought. It should be there from the design phase. You've heard of privacy by design. Human rights by design is a slightly wider expression of the same idea. Ensure that fundamental rights are taken into account right from the very outset, so that your engineers work hand in hand with the policymakers and draw attention that when you design a system, you should make sure that it is as safe as possible, that it takes a number of human rights principles into account. And please do engage with us. Do engage with us during these negotiations. We have until November 2023, and during this period, your presence, the presence of companies and civil society alike, is essential. So the seat is there. Please take it.
Excellent, thank you very much. We've heard of sandboxes, we've heard of building bridges, and we're all getting a PhD for metaphorical civil engineering for that. Bulelani, I wanted to ask you, it's good to have a bridge, but if everybody just stands on their sides with open arms and saying, you're welcome to come to my side, and nobody crosses the river, somebody needs to make the first step. Who might this be?
Well, in this metaphorical bridge, I'd hope it would be everybody, I guess, willing to kind of actively participate, in the creation of a kind of more inclusive digital inflection point. While being on this panel, I've been thinking more actively about, what does, this kind of multi-stakeholder approach look like in the context of low-income countries in particular, where the general predilection of the application of these technologies has been a general top-down posture, or simply the over participation both of corporations and the government in dictating how these applications should be particularly rolled out. In some of the examples that are particularly cited, it was not that corporations were not active. They were active, but they were apathetic to kind of citizens' general interest in terms of the application of surveillance technologies, not as an instrument to curb civil liberties, but hopefully as a conduit towards kind of further cultivating civil liberties. And so I've been thinking about, what does it necessarily mean then to begin to include society, and which society is another kind of basic question that one could ask. Exactly what we're inviting. Is it simply, civil society organizations, or are we organizing, schools, which kinds of schools are being represented. And within my own kind of given research context, what is being particularly evident, is that really, you know, you know, very few civil society organizations have really been somewhat activated to kind of further participate, in, not simply the regulation of these technologies, but also the general application. And so, kind of going back to your extended metaphor of the bridge, I would hope that, all of us can, cross it together.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Have you actually, I'm sticking with you, by the way, have you seen applications in your field of studies that went well, where you say that's exemplary?
Sure. They are, and, in some of the work that I'm particularly doing now on data protection in Kenya, what has been most interesting is seeing how the kind of, the recently established data protection commissioner has been quite active in not only simply promoting, data protection, but simply and also in really aiming to use it as an instrument to curb the general excesses of the application of these technologies. Obviously, the data commissioner in a country like Kenya is quite young. I think they're about to reach 2 in the next couple of months. And they've really spent the first year really, really a branding campaign to tell the citizenry, oh, by the way, we're an actual institution. Many kind of general skeptics within the academy and within kind of civil society initially assumed that the application of the data commissioner was just simply a KPI for the government. Many of my colleagues, would usually, be rather pessimistic about their work. But, talking to many of them, it seemed to me quite clear that they believe not only in what they're doing, but also in how they can necessarily support, human flourishing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, can I?
I wanted to turn to you anyway, so you can have the floor. Go ahead.
No, I just want to answer this question. Basically, who will cross the bridge? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Normally, what happens when we want to go for negotiation? It's not happening first time. So in negotiation, the party who are in more need, they normally take the first step. Okay. So who is in the first need right now here? The governments. I think first we need to understand that governments are equally responsible for this problem, because most of the governments in developing, even in developed countries, knowingly or unknowingly, intentionally or unintentionally, they are using these technologies for surveillance and for some other objectives. Okay, so it's like difficult to say whether the government will take this stand. Second, can we really give the full trust to our government that the rules and regulations which they are creating in that particular environment, are they really helping people or helping the government or some vested stakeholders? It's like a regulatory hijacking. Okay, so this is very common in developing countries or even in developed countries. It's very common in US basically, and not in Europe. So this regulatory hijack can be a big issue. Okay, so we need to see this problem in a very holistic manner. It's not like the government is a good guy, corporates are bad guy, and these people are victim. This is a very simple story, but it's not that simple. Okay, it's not that simple. People are victim, no doubt, but governments are not good because they are using this technology, as you said, that in Africa, I think, like how many countries are using the surveillance technology? More than
well, about 12 or 13.
Yeah, 12 and 13. In India, we are using during this pandemic, the entire data of Indian citizens, like 1.4 billion people, now is with the Indian government. So though they know exactly what we are doing, and this data privacy law, they have given clear-cut exemption to government agencies. So the intention of the government is still, I think we need to doubt it now. We used to think that governments are friendly, they want to make good laws for us, they are caring. No, not anymore. Because governments are not purely governments anymore. They are having vested interest groups within the governments. So my hypothesis is that now this is a time that the normal people, and they are very powerful now. So let's assume a situation after 2 years or 3 years, people, they don't like Google, for example. They say, no, Google is abusing its dominant position. Google is doing something wrong. And then there is a movement of young people, and they found a new technology replacing Google. It's an open source technology. And within 6 months, you can see a big challenge to the Google on their entire foundation of their business strategies, which the all governments in Europe, US, and other parts of the world, they could not create that situation. The young people, by using the technology itself on the Google or some other things, they can create that situation. So, do we require that type of situation in future? Are the corporates are anticipating that thing, or our governments are anticipating the situation that people will revolt and they say, no, we don't want your surveillance system? And that's very much possible now. So I think it's not a bridge between the, who will cross first. I think here that first let's define who is doing what. Okay. I think the parties, that stakeholders, we need to define again. Let's make this story a little bit complex. That victim is well defined, hero and villain is not properly defined. Okay. So once we have that discussion, because we don't want that bad people collaborate with each other and then they create more nuisance and more problems for common people. So I think it's a time that we need to think beyond government and beyond even the international organizations. Okay, because I don't think that they will be able to create some strong rules and regulation in terms of technologies. Okay, so I think this is a time that we need to give more power to common people and the young generation, especially in 20s, 30s. I think those are the people who are using these technologies. They understand these technologies. We need to make them stakeholders in this process.
You're almost kicking off the discussion now that the time is almost over already, and we have to go to a few questions that the room or the chat room may have, because otherwise, I would have asked you how can we organize the ordinary people in such a way that they can actually have a voice. So now I turn to the room and ask whether anybody has a question to ask our expert panelists, or yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I had a question for Antonella, actually. I thought it was very interesting, this notion of policy sandboxing. I think the challenge in particular here is that we're trying to develop the future of these technologies, right? So how do you do sandboxing for long-term develops rather than short-term wording or something like this?
Very, very interesting question. So I think for now we are focusing on AI and the models and the existing technologies, but the added value of policy prototyping and something that we are working on is how to make them make them faster, so we can test policy and legal concept faster with companies. So as soon as we have a new issue, we can target that and ask our cohort of startups to reply to this question through policy prototyping sprints, we call them. So we are working to make this methodology a bit more flexible in order to cope with this problem.
Excellent. And I would like to give the opportunity for the chat moderators to post a question. Is there a question that you can share with us? There seem not to be. Is there any other question in the room?
There is a question online. We can just quickly jump in.
Yes, please.
Thanks for the great discussion, of course. Just a question from sorry, from the audience online. First, for Antonella, as you have mentioned, the integration of startups to your regulatory experiments. To what extent and how do you also integrate the demand side, those consumers, civil society groups, into both the design and the development of this kind of a regulatory framework? And for all whoever is kind of want to answer it, is what key features should be adopted in the process of developing AI policy to reach, of course, an efficient, positive societal outcome while taking into account multi-stakeholder perspective. And those are concretely the questions from Ms. Silva, which is Valerie Silva, Professor of International Law and Regulatory Expert at the Business School from Paris. Thanks.
Thank you. So it really depends on the program, but I can reply by saying that in the co-creation phase, so when we develop the policy prototype, for instance, in Mexico, we partnered with the Mexican DPA and we developed from scratch a transparency and explainability framework. In that phase, we included the consortium members, which can be academics, civil society representatives, and the policymaker in that case. So those are the people that help co-design, and then companies are the one testing. So this is how we see the process. It's a multi-stakeholder, but stakeholders can work on the prototype in different phases. And then, for instance, in Europe, at the moment, we are running workshops and roundtable and a sandbox jam in which we will reflect with experts and technical, for instance, engineers and policymakers to improve the implementing act of the AI sandbox that is proposed by the European Commission. So to have a full reply, we're organizing stakeholders and engaging stakeholders at different stages of the programs. And when it comes to consumers, yeah, this is a very early and young program, let's say. And recently we started engaging with the end users and consumers by testing these obligations on transparency from the AI Act. So we plan to involve consumers and end users more in the future.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, time is up. I wish to thank Jan for his contribution online, Amar as well, who's left us already. Thank you very much, Antonella, Bulelani, and Avinash. Just a few heads up. The next up is a coffee break from 10:40 to 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock sharp, as I've just been informed, at 11 o'clock sharp, we have a keynote from Eva Kaili from the European Parliament. All is left is to thank you very, very much for your attention. I wish you a good continuation of the conference. A big thank you to all. Thank you.
Thanks all.
digital policy developments in the EU, you know that Eva does not need an introduction, as she's most certainly one of the most prominent leaders in this domain in Europe. Eva was elected Vice President of the European Parliament in January 2022. She's also the first woman to chair the panel for the future of science and technology, STOA, and the Center for Artificial Intelligence. She is an MEP since 2014 and member of many other committees within the EU as well. It is my great honor to have Eva joining us today. I also wanted to add that Eva has been a contributor to and a supporter of our discussion platform since its inception 3 years ago. And we are very grateful to count on her for future collaboration as well. Now, when preparing for this session, it was clear to me that Eva's preference was to have a real dialogue with you. Eva will start with a short introductory remarks on the latest with regards to the EU AI Act, as well as other digital initiatives beyond the AI and as well as their implications. After that, I will open the floor to a Q&A. And due to high demands on her schedule, Eva will only be here with us for half an hour. So do have your questions ready. And I hope that we will have a lively debate. Now, without any further ado, warm welcome to Eva from all of us here in Switzerland and those joining us online from different parts of the world. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Aisa, so much for the invitation and your very kind words to speak at this year's AI Policy Summit. I hope next time I will manage to be there and also to have a physical meeting. And it's a pleasure to be part of such an excellent and exciting event with great speakers. I have a lot of people that I know and I respect in this program, and they are very important also policymakers from around the world. So you were too kind to say that we worked a lot on this file on behalf of the European Parliament. 10 years ago, artificial intelligence was more perceived as science fiction and more worrying as its black side of the mirror. So I would say people were always concerned, and they thought it was like very far in the future that we would have to deal with it. But today, also with the catalyst of the pandemic, AI is everywhere. We expect solutions from AI. We expect the benefits of artificial intelligence. We understand that in a short definition, AI is not just automation. AI is also can also develop into becoming completely autonomous in taking decisions, but if it's embedded in hardware, even acting. So this could help us basically automate, optimize, outsource decisions, the ones that we want, across sectors, from healthcare and social services to education, finance, manufacturing, security. And we thought that the creative jobs would not also be like safe, but we see that AI can also do that. So what we need to say in the beginning of this discussion is that we want AI to be human-centric. So we want it to be complementary, to benefit citizens, to take on the difficult and dangerous tasks, to be able to help us with our decisions and not replace humans. Some examples, because I was talking about art, there was the deep neural network MuseNet that actually can generate musical compositions and combine different styles, like from Mozart and Beatles to jazz or blues. There is Jasper AI that it helps humans write essays, blog posts, and even novels. I don't know if people like that, the result, or if they feel it lacks of this human spirit, but still, this is something that can be achieved by AI. In medicine, we have lenses that can predict or understand when somebody's pressure is increasing. And also we have Microsoft designing a system where blind children can make sense and engage with their social surroundings, which we understand can be an amazing revolution to help people get their lives back. Stanford developed an algorithm that can help also detect autism and its severity by just looking at brain scans in a much better percentage than humans can. Again, I have to say it's always complementary because there are a lot of factors and social factors and ethical factors that either we will manage at one day to have them included in an algorithm, because an algorithm is basically an equation where we add different metrics, and this is a decision taken by humans, and humans are not perfect, and all the income and the data collection can be unlimited. Also measuring the experience that people have, the environment, and things that we cannot even put on paper. AI promises also to do a lot more to optimize energy grids, predict maintenance. This could save a lot of costs. It could keep us safe with automated vehicles that they can take us to the place we want in the fastest possible way. So if I was there, I would ask who has Google Maps on their device, because if you're using them, even for the shortest trip from a road that you actually already know, it's because you have already outsourced your trust to AI, that it knows better if there is traffic, it has a live update, and it can predict the time you will arrive. So it can suggest another alternative route, and you trust it. You trust it already enough to say that, no, the road I know best is not the best. So we have, however, negative effects, and this is where we have to focus. We have to focus because my job is to protect citizens and also is to predict the worst case scenario and make sure it will never happen. We had in Netherlands, I think you all know, an algorithmic system to spot fraudulent claims for childcare benefit. But however, the criteria for the risk profiles, they were flawed and human checks were absent. And this caused the system to amplify the institutional biases and wrongly accuse thousands of parents of fraud and create distrust to AI. In the UK, we saw also an algorithm that was used to grade the exams of students and determine which ones could and should go and be accepted to universities. Again, the system failed, and actually it repeated biases by taking under account the background of its students. So basically, it was downgrading the scores of children coming from less advantaged schools and raising the scores of students coming from, I would say, richer neighborhoods. What happened was that even the Prime Minister blamed the algorithm. So the approach that Europe has is that we need to make it human-centric, and we want to have human oversight. This means there's always be an understanding that there could be a mistake, and then we have the right to redress. We have the right to ask for a second chance. We have the right to ask for more criteria to be included. So technology can have a real impact. It's online mainly, but it has offline results. And this is why we need to have oversight and accountability. And this is exactly what our act is coming to achieve, an ethical framework, basically. I worked on this file since 2018, and now it came as a legislative act. Also, it would support and respect our principles and our values, the right to private life, freedom of thought, on expression and information, and non-discrimination. What does this mean? It means that we cannot have an AI that manipulates our thoughts. How can AI do that? You open your timeline on your social platform and you see the content that is so personalized that you think that everybody's seeing the same things, or you think that some things that are maybe tough or they create fear and they become viral, they can affect your thoughts, and they can be the reality that you feel is out there. So this kind of manipulation for even targeted advertisement is now something that the AI Act will control. And it's building out of years of collaboration and exchanges with experts and the industry. There are still some issues to be resolved. It's maybe not 100% ready to have ethics by design, but this is what we want to achieve. We want to have human in the loop. We have to have safeguards and to test AI systems, especially in the high-risk ones. So I would say the main element is also that we have a risk-based approach. And this means that if you belong to this pyramid of the top of it, which is the most risk applications, then legal and technical obligations will escalate. They will be more strong, and you need to safeguard people from being under anything that could not keep them safe. So AI applications, for example, that they can pose health issues, health risks, safety risks, or fundamental human rights risks, they will be unacceptable, even banned. We have created a dynamic, I would say, organization of method of how to measure that. We have high-risk applications that can cause irreversible harm, and this means we would even have ex-ante requirements for data training, validation and testing, because this could also become embedded, and we need to make sure that it's going to be safe by design. And risk management measures, of course, transparency for that result. Now, when we talk about limited and minimal risk applications, which is the vast majority for the ones that they think we might create friction to innovation, the vast majority, it has minimum risk. So they can operate almost freely, and they can apply some of the requirements for the high-risk applications with some exceptions, but basically the burden is less of such safeguards. So I would say it's a great mix for actually high-risk standards and voluntary standards to be followed, and the final goal is to create trust and legal certainty for developers, but also users and operators of AI systems in Europe. It's also very important because we don't have to deal with 27 different set of rules, but with one. And I think this is a major step because AI goes beyond borders, and these emerging technologies also are extremely important when they come from successful applications in other countries to enter Europe and to be able to operate. We have a lot of initiatives among big organizations, initiatives that they want to set policy frameworks, legal rules, and ethical principles. I do believe that what the Parliament does is a global blueprint for how we can at least start regulating AI. It's very dynamic, which means it can change. The definition is also quite open. Because we have to see what are the extents of this technology, because it keeps developing. We have supercomputers. Depending on the data, we can achieve much more. And every day we realize that there are things that we haven't taken under consideration. Some of the things for the banning, and this is how I will conclude, is mass surveillance, biometric identification systems, basically, and social scoring in the private sector. That could actually create exclusion and discrimination, but even predictive policing. This could be used in some ways to keep people safe, but there is a very thin line to make sure that our privacy and our freedom of thinking is protected. And I think this is very important because we could even lead into intrusive neurotechnology. Biotech is going to be the next big revolution, and we have to make sure that there are rules already now. So there will be assessments, there will be a board, an AI board, independent, that will be there in order to fine-tune when there are questions, and to create regulatory sandboxes for the implementation of it. So as you know, it's a part of a bigger puzzle of legislation for the big platforms, that they have also extra responsibilities. And now we're trying to make sure that the data can be exchanged in a safe manner, close to GDPR, but GDPR is just for sensitive data. We want to have data governance for the rest of the data. And we have a key proposal also for the CHIPS Act, because the sensors are really important to be able not to have a production just limited in Taiwan, but to have basically in Europe and US the possibility to develop high edge computing and new chips that they would be necessary for our safety and even for health applications. So I think anticipating risks in the supply chain and disruptions, we are doing our best. We are investing a lot. There going to be a lot of funding for applications to be tested. And of course, we want to incentivize that, and we want to influence regulation also in other countries. Hopefully, this covers a percentage of the work we have achieved. And I would have a bit more time for questions. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Eva. Well, I hope that you're thinking about your questions. Well, while we're having them come in, I'll just pose one already. So obviously, the EU AI draft is going to have geopolitical implications, and obviously a lot of the other parts of the world are looking at it right now as well. So I think we would be quite interested, because of course we also have people here from Switzerland, from the US and other parts of the world, to just sort of have your take on how other parts of the world are actually viewing this, and what has been the sort of reception that you've had to the EU AI Draft Act.
I don't have the feeling that is negatively perceived. I actually have the feeling that it's working as a blueprint with different approaches, of course, because we understand, for example, in China, social scoring is acceptable. It's not in Europe. So it's in respect with different cultures also, I can call it like that. You can have in China surveillance cameras everywhere and people feel safe. But this you can have even in UK and say that it is okay. For the Europeans and for like some countries, these are violating our rights to privacy. So I would say, in order to see the impact of that, we are entering different forums, and we have seen that US is engaging in a dialogue with Europe through the Trade and Technology Council. It's, I think, an important effort to address these technology challenges with our democratic allies and make sure we will have common standards, at least the minimum ones. We're working with OECD at the level of the Global Parliamentary Network also, but also at the G7, there is a different other layer of collaboration. So I feel that having a blueprint is the beginning, but there are so many efforts in order to achieve, let's say, a global law, international law on AI that would create trust also beyond borders. And I launched the Center for Artificial Intelligence just 3 years ago. We are trying to see the impact, the implications per sector, and we're trying to see what are the differences, also the geopolitical impact it has. So we keep working into fine-tuning everything to make sure that we will not be defensive into amazing applications, and we will remain innovation friendly, technologically and business neutral. So I think these are the principles, and my hope is that they will translate into basic global standards for AI development, and that this vision will be shared with within the world.
Well, thank you. Thanks also to highlight actually a point which not many are always looking at, because everybody's looking at more the constraints that the EU draft is posing, but not so much some of those opportunities, and the fact that there is a big part of it which is also innovation friendly. Just first of all, any questions from the audience here at this point in time? We have a question, so I'll open that up. Avinash, you can actually have a little.
Yeah, so I have very specific question. Few days back, the US introduced their Bill of Rights, AI Bill of Rights. So how the US approach is having difference with the EU approach, and especially from the developing countries point of view, because we get a lot of confusion sometimes, because we have to comply with global standards set by the EU authorities like the GDPR. At the same time, now the US is also bringing their own rules and regulations in the AI. So what do you think about the US AI rights of bill? Like, is going to create some confusion at the global standards, or it's in the line with the EU approach?
It's about the US Bill of Rights.
Yeah, US Bill of Rights.
Right. It's Eva, any comments on that one? Basically, how
Yes.
is the relationship, you know, how is the approach of US versus EU, and essentially for developing countries like India that are looking at that, you know, a little bit some advice on how they can approach it.
So I understand that in there was a dialogue about GDPR, which was the first piece of legislation that was welcomed globally as a blueprint, and we saw a lot of countries from different parts of the world following what Europe did. And this was the ambition that we had with AI, so to make sure that people would like to follow that. It doesn't matter, they need to copy like 100%. There are no copyrights, they can copy 90%, 80%, or like something. But I would say that since we developed such a piece of legislation that comes after years of consultation, public consultation, a lot of stakeholders coming into the table of the discussion with several workshops and taking under consideration, of course, all the technological limitations, but also possibilities. I think that we can save time and not duplicate these efforts. So to see what can be used. In India, for example, I remember I read an article where AI was choosing who is going to get a benefit coupon for food per week, and it didn't recognize a face. It failed to recognize a face that had the right to have access to such benefits, and these people couldn't find a person to address and claim for it, and they had an extreme problem in their family. So I would say that we have the possibility to test, create sandboxes for such applications before we completely outsource our trust. And I think the model that says we have human oversight will also help us avoid such incidents that could become tragic for families and for people, and they can completely create distrust to AI systems. I understand that we have different cultures and approaches. For example, in the US, they prefer to have a great, industry leading in AI without restrictions. So to have the possibility to test everything. In Europe, we have a different approach. We prefer to have quality in our life, and we want to prioritize the benefit of citizens vs profit. We want to have, of course, an innovation-friendly environment, but it has to follow also our culture and our citizens. If you ask them what they want, they don't want to compromise their privacy or their freedoms or the principles we have and the democratic processes. The dangers we see of AI systems, they are already here. I don't know if you have seen the Black Mirror on Netflix. It's been there, I think, at least 5 years. These are technologies we already have. So technology is not good or bad, it's how you use it. So we want to make sure we will regulate the uses and we will discourage the negative use of such technology that can completely control citizens and remove their freedoms and outsource everything to through an AI system, of course, to the people that they control such technologies. So this would be the vision. And I've seen that a lot of states already in US, they try to have the similar approach. Again, because as it happened with GDPR, at some point companies came and said, when mistakes happened, we want to have legal certainty, so we need to have a law that we can follow. If there is no law, this is a chaotic possibility to develop AI, especially convergence with other technologies. So I think we are moving in a good direction, and we had the time to control this technology before it completely leaves our control, because this is also a possibility. It can become completely autonomous. I think we should not, and we will not take such a risk, at least in Europe.
Would you have just another few minutes, because I want to do justice also to those joining us online, and I do want to ask Arvind to please tell us if we have any questions from the chat for Eva.
Thanks, Aisha. Yes, pretty vivid discussion, but most of it Eva already mentioned or touched upon, but just to kind of go through it. Question, of course, main challenges which UA is facing in framing the way forward to advance the current AI Act proposal. You did kind of touch upon that, Eva, but just maybe what was the main challenges facing way forward? And to what extent is discussion on the EU AI Act in the Council of Europe AI Treaty are moving forward in the same direction? What are the kind of main differences there? And another from Andres Felderer, who actually asked about strong interconnection between European American AI researchers with the big tech. We call it kind of big tech, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, etc. Do you find that problematic? If yes, is there any plans to address this possible conflict of interest, or kind of put differently, how does the EU plan to guide AI research? Thanks.
Well, thank you. Let me say that I think these questions touch upon also different pieces of legislation. So we have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act. These are pieces of legislation that give more responsibility to the big platforms in order to protect people from harmful tactics and patterns that we have recognized, to make sure that there are rules to follow. I do think that we managed to have the spirit of what the Council of Europe has suggested. I would say we went into the safe side of regulating AI, and there still are actually debates on if we should completely ban face recognition in public spaces, but also in the, I would add, in the private sector, that they can measure the productivity of workers and they can impose extreme stress to them. So they can be there, they say, to support workers or to keep them safe, but at the same time, we've seen in some of the big companies you mentioned that they are used to have full surveillance on workers and in different tasks in order to push them to be more productive and understand the patterns and help them improve their productivity. So these are things that we have debated a lot in Europe. There were different approaches, of course. What I'm saying, though, I think it reflects the majority and the perception we had. So we prefer to compromise a bit, maybe the standards that other countries have, in order to be on the safe side. But of course, there are always exceptions. So if we have face recognition for diagnosis, or to predict a disease and a chronic disease, and if this would be useful for scientists in order to get better results and to have, in the meantime, to develop better solutions and treatments, then of course, these are technologies that we have to use and take full advantage of. So this was like one of the big issues we had debated: the face recognition, the biometric surveillance, social scoring, what kind of applications are high risk and low risk, and if it should be, there should be obligations by design. What about predictive policing, if this could help us stay safe from terrorist attacks, and what is the compromise there also for automated weapons. So this is something that Europe doesn't want to support, but of course then you have its member states' decision in defense and security that you cannot stop such research, or you have other countries that they are hostile and that they develop such technology. So you have to develop technologies in order to have a better defense capacity for systems that they are automated weapons, so autonomous weapons. So these are very thin lines that we try to not, cross into the into allowing maybe the industry exploring such moving into such dangerous paths. But again, as I said, this technology keeps surprising us every day. We have seen the possibilities it have to predict protein, 3D protein structures. It could unleash the power of nuclear fusion. So we have to see what and how we should deal with it also in the future. But for the time being, these are the main debates. And again, we are dealing with the exchange of data even separately to make sure that it's possible, but in a safe manner. As you understand, even with metadata, so the data that they're not sensitive and they're actually easily available, there is a great lack of privacy already in our world. So you can, if you see, for example, the news in Greece, you can see that the police can access your Apple Watch or your mobile device and find out when a victim was breathing and when it stopped breathing, and when the internet shut down, and when they were texting or not. So you have so much metadata that they can help you resolve cases like that, but also that they can be misused and completely violate our privacy for financial gain, for political gains, that can threaten our democracy, as we saw happening with Cambridge Analytica, where people were categorized and targeted with advertisements to change just slightly a few votes and completely change the result and the future of Europe.
Well, thank you very much, Eva. I know I've been informed by your team that you have to go. So it has been such a pleasure. Thank you always for your very insightful interventions. And we hope, of course, to continue the dialogue. It's going to be very important what happens in the EU. We here from Switzerland are watching very carefully, and also from other parts of the world. So wishing you the very best. And we will, in fact, now, so thank you, Eva, all the best. And we will hope to be in touch.
I just want to say, because your work is amazing, if there are recommendations or ideas that you think we should take on board, please reach out. There are always things we are learning or we're realizing, and there's always the possibility to change and influence these processes that they are ongoing. So thank you so much, and we will stay in touch. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So we will now move directly to our next session, titled Swiss Highlights, and it's titled Swiss Highlights 2. This session will showcase two important initiatives in Switzerland that highlight the innovative and collaborative approach that Switzerland is taking to build trust and further the adoption of digital technologies. This is part 2 of a 2-part series. Those of you who joined us on Monday, the 10th, already heard from Nicolas Zahn from the Swiss Digital Initiative and Livia Walpen from the Swiss Office of Communications. It is now my pleasure to have with us Manuel Kugler from the Swiss Academy of Engineering Sciences and Raphael Etienne von Thiessen from the Canton of Zurich joining us today. They will both be sharing short presentations with you on their work. We hope to still have some time after that for a Q&A. So I will not go into their bios. Please look at our website, and of course you can familiarize with that. I pass the floor directly to Manuel for his intervention. Welcome, Manuel.
Thanks a lot, Isha. Hi, everyone. So technology is the key to finding solutions to today's most pressing problems. We're living in a great time. That is at least a time that is encountering a lot of great challenges. And so here in this image, you see a picture of the Aletsch Glacier. That's the biggest glacier in the Alps. And there are actually very nice animations that simulate how the glacier is shrinking over time. Unfortunately, I don't have the copyright. That's why I can't share it here with you. But I like this picture. Unfortunately, it's changing. It is changing towards less white on the picture continuously. But technologies like these are very important. These animations are very important to not only visualize the scientific insights we gain, but also to communicate to them to relevant stakeholders and to evaluate different scenarios and measures how to respond on them. So technology is not enough, though. Of course, I think there are three main aspects that I find particularly relevant. One of them was already mentioned just before by Eva. So technology needs to be developed in a human-centered way. The second one, not less important, is that the users, as well as the ones who apply the systems, are empowered to actually assess the impact on the AI systems. And the third one is, for me, as well, very important, the collaboration between the different stakeholders, as we have very nicely realized here in this event. So thank you very much, Aisha, for having us, and very glad to support this conference or the summit. So in the next few minutes, I would like to share with you a few activities that we support from SATW that are trying to support this development, particularly in the broad field of AI. So the Swiss Academy of Engineering Science is part of an umbrella organizations called the Swiss Academies of Arts and Sciences. And the Association of Academies is the Confederation's main funding body for strengthening the cooperation in and between all scientific disciplines, and also for rooting science in society. So we are basically a very large network that involves individual members as well as member organizations. And we also work a lot with external experts and therefore have access to a broad pool of knowledge. We are mainly active in early detection of technologies that are relevant to society. We try to encourage the dialogue between society and science, and we are promoting studies that are focusing on the opportunities and the risks of new technologies. So the first activity that I would like to briefly present here was realized a couple of years ago, or started a couple of years ago, in cooperation with the RegHorizon Risk Dialogue, as well as the Swiss Academies. And in that context, we organized a series of events in 3 different cities throughout Switzerland. And we organized workshops in the fields of social media, recruiting of human resources, as well as medicine. So there we had experts showcasing different concrete applications in those fields. And we targeted the participants in the interested public. So we reached the broad age range, at least, of the participants. They were typically rather highly educated. But the main goal of this activity was to actually get concrete input on how human-centered AI applications could be realized and what aspects to consider there. So we collected a long list of different expectations, hopes, and fears towards the technology. And in the following, I would like to just share the 3 most overarching demands that were posed towards policymakers and the government. So one important aspect already touched upon already before in the panel discussion mostly as well, is that the participants wish to have a transparent and comprehensible way in where, when, and how they encounter AI systems. So that is not only important to assess the potential of these applications, but also the limits and where they might fail. Next, also important to strengthen the knowledge and expertise in those systems. So that is again important to assess the limits, and there it's not only important to have the ones who run the domain experts who run the systems in the field, but actually also of the users and the citizens who might be affected by those systems. And the third demand that was formulated was to overall enhance the human-machine collaboration, and there just optimize how again the systems are applied by the different operators in a transparent way, and again, a human-centered design of those systems. So leading and enhancing back the first 2 demands. The second project or initiative I would like to share with you is the Network for Digital Self-Determination. That is actually a shared initiative with the Federal Office of Communication, as well as the Directorate for International Law of the FDFA, as well as Swiss Data Alliance, another association in Switzerland. And the main goal here is actually to increase the control and the awareness of different stakeholders regarding the access and control over data. So we try to promote trustworthy data spaces. Here you see a schematic that was introduced in the report by the Ofcom and the FDFA earlier this year. And it just visualizes the different actors and how they might interact in such a typical model of a data space. So further activities of the network are currently ongoing, and the FDFA and the Ofcom are working on a code of conduct for trustworthy data spaces that should provide guidelines on how the different actors should behave and interact in such spaces, ensuring that on the one hand privacy is preserved, of course, but on the other hand also enabling a better use of data. In parallel, we are working in collaboration with the Swiss Data Alliance more from a bottom-up approach, and we launched a few working groups that are placed in different sectors, so mobility, health, and education. And there we organized some round tables where we try to bring together all the stakeholders that are relevant for building up such data spaces, and also getting a grasp what initiatives are already ongoing, because there is a lot, but a bit the coordination is lacking a bit, and the big pictures, and we're trying to get their inputs to really make better use, in particular, of personal data in this case. So that is more a bit of an empowerment activity to also get the different stakeholders better control over their own data, but also enable SMEs and other companies to access data beyond what they might have, and provide boundary conditions to sharing data in a trustworthy way. The third and last project that I would like to show here is the CIROP, which is the Swiss AI Research Overview Platform. Here we try to map the different research groups throughout Switzerland that are very distributed over the whole country, and showcase their individual competences in the broad field of AI. So not only within the different methods, but also in the different application areas. And with that, we hope to, on the one hand, get a first contact point for making, for densifying the network and the collaboration between those groups, but also to kind of give an overview of what is happening in the field and how the further developments are going. So this project is again a common initiative between 10 different partners, the founding partners of CIROP, and we hope that with that collaboration that we also inspire the collaboration amongst the different research groups, as well as, of course, also with SMEs and companies, bigger companies throughout Switzerland, but also internationally. So we have the founding partners are also reaching out globally in different parts of the world. And of course, we are looking for more interaction as well, and active participation of the academic institutions, as well as reaching out to additional partners who then can further connect the different stakeholders throughout government, companies, and so on. So with that, already at the end, it was already mentioned before, it feels sometimes like a bit of a journey, that we achieved already quite a lot. We've come quite far. Then again, on the other hand, it feels like we're still at the very beginning. So with that, I hope to continue the discussion today and the exchange with you and maybe potential future collaborations. And thanks again for having us. So, hi everyone. Many thanks for the invitation. It's really great to have all these international experts here. I think it's very enriching to also have a cross-border dialogue for us at the Canton of Zurich. And my goal is to present you a specific initiative that we launched around 1 year ago in the field of AI. And this is the Innovation Sandbox for AI. First step is really important for us to also provide some context where we are coming from. I'm engaged by the Economic Development Department, so we might have quite a bit different perspective and come from a different angle, but I think the topics are very overlapping. Then I will present the project itself. I will provide some tangible use cases that really make it a bit more concrete what we're trying to achieve, and at the end, an outlook. And maybe for the context to start, I think very importantly is a separation we make at the Canton of Zurich between the application of AI at the canton for policy making, and then on the other side, the AI regulation, especially of market participants. So I think also this morning, I think sometimes we're jumping quite a bit between the different topics, but I think it's important to have the separation in mind. And the drivers of change here are different innovation processes that are so fast that it's hard to keep up for a regulator and also for us at the public administration to keep up with the pace. On the other side, we also see a global AI competition. I will speak about that in a second. And the third one is the societal aspect. I think Manuel also mentioned a couple of very important topics also to foster the literacy and also acceptance of these technology. So when we talk about the international context, we roughly see 3 different global AI regions with a very, very different approach. I think one of the questions for Eva was also a bit regarding this topic. I think the US, they have really great reach with global big techs and are also in a position to set some standards also based on their big tech corporations. And the second big region, of course, the EU, has quite a different approach with the focus on responsible innovation, with the AI Act, a risk-based approach, as we heard before. And the third one, China, also with a very completely different approach with a vast digital domestic market. We also heard about the export of certain AI technologies globally to the developing world. So we have there quite some different approaches, and Switzerland is strongly oriented towards the EU. And we have also a mix of different levels here. At the federal level, we also have someone from the Competence Network AI, which is a kind of an entry point in Switzerland for AI topics. And the regulation is mainly done on a federal level. On the cantonal level, we see quite some different maturity levels. We are in the Canton of Zurich. We have some more resources to also look at these regulatory questions in AI, but with smaller regions, it's very different. That's also important that we create these over-regional initiatives as we are doing right now. And on a communal level, there is a high also need for orientation. Now, the Canton of Zurich has a big potential in the area of AI. We have already world-leading companies and research here in Zurich, and this is mainly due to the attractive conditions that we offer to the talents that are the main driver here. And our goal at the Economic Development Department is to drive and also improve the Canton of Zurich as a global AI hub to stay and even become more leading in this field. Now, how do we want to do this? We have a holistic approach based on 3 different pillars. And the first one is fostering innovation by really also creating new concepts, and the regulatory or innovation sandboxes are one opportunity here to foster the innovation also by changing the very conditions of the field of innovation. The second one is very important also to include the society, to foster dialogue. We also go to different communities and create these dialogues to also improve the understanding and the literacy in the field. And the third one is promoting the location. Of course, this is more to attract new business, attract talents and the research projects that are very global. Now, what is the Innovation Sandbox for AI? It's an initiative based on public administration, research, and private sector actors that came together and wanted to look at regulatory questions in AI in a joint manner. And we have come up with this concept for the sandbox. And here there is a lot of confusion because everyone has a slightly different understanding of what a sandbox is. I attended a workshop with 10 different people, and I think we had 10 different understandings what a regulatory sandbox or innovation sandbox is for that matter. So originally, the people in AI that have a more technical background, they directly think at software development, codes that are tested in a non-production environment. So that's maybe the origin of the term. But nowadays, and also in this regulatory setup, it gets used quite a lot also to look at regulatory question in a controlled environment. So for us, the sandbox is a controlled environment where you can try things, where you can also learn and then share these learnings as broadly as possible. And that's what we try to do with the innovation sandbox approach. So we have one focus on the regulatory side, in which we support AI projects, and we are very broad here. It can be a corporation, it can be a startup, a research institution, it doesn't matter. AI projects are consulted on a regulatory front, so we look at regulatory questions. And the second one is the data provisioning part. The assumption is that there are a lot of data sources in the public administration that can be used for AI projects. And so these are the two main focus areas of our sandbox approach. And I will present some use cases right now that you really can understand what we are looking at here. So we had a submission phase in which a call was made for projects. It was from March to June 22. We received 21 really exciting AI projects from various fields and sectors. And now we started implementing some of these use cases in a phased approach. So we started now with 2 of them that I will present, or with 3 of them. And the goal is to have 3 to 5 use cases. And one of the most important aspects is also sharing the knowledge. We want to create guidelines on regulatory questions, Q&As that we can share as broadly as possible for other actors in the field. Now, this is an overview about the projects that we have received. You see autonomous vehicles, education applications, mobility was a focus, health, sustainability. So it's really a broad range and shows you the very broad range of different applications of AI. And I will jump into 3 of the examples, and I think that will make it much more clear. So one important topic for many cities, small and big ones alike, is smart parking. And we partnered here with the ETH spin-off, which makes parking solutions based on computer vision. And the broader topic here is usage of camera systems within a public sphere, which is a highly sensitive topic, of course. We see here the license plates, faces might be recognized. How can we use computer vision for this use case of small smart parking systems in a small Swiss city? And what we do now is we really go through all the processes. We can't do anything that is not legally allowed. So of course, we go through all the steps. And what we realized was much of the regulatory questions that we thought of were more technology related. So it's more about privacy by design, technological solutions to address privacy concerns. I'll give you a couple of examples. So one is the image resolution is not that important to analyze parking space. So what we did is we set the resolution as low as possible so that faces, license plates, etc., are not even recognized by the camera systems. Second point,
the cameras might be installed at a very high level in the city so that you have the camera images, the angle is from a high place, so that also the license plates and persons are not recognized. So with these different recommendations, we try to address some of these privacy issues and make this knowledge available for other cities who work in parallel at the very same questions. The second case is a correction app for schools in which also computer vision helps to automatically correct the handwritten answers of students. And here it's really about what kind of consent is needed for of parents, of pupils, to really use such AI systems that are based on handwritten and even biometric data. And so what we do here, we partner up with schools that provide the learning material. We run the use cases. We look at all the regulatory questions. And one of the main goals here is also use AI to recognize disabilities such as dyslexic disabilities as early as possible, also algorithmically. The third one, autonomous vehicle. Here we go really into the regulation part. We have received 2 projects that we put together. An autonomous tractor that is in agricultural use, most of the time vineyards and also fruit growing. And the second one is a lawnmower for professional greenkeeping. So we put them together because the questions are very similar. And these are 2 very young companies, and we look at regulatory questions. How can one of these autonomous vehicles go from one field to another when it crosses a road? What's the regulatory question when you look at if these places where these systems are in use are open and even children or other people could interfere with some of these systems. So we look at these questions, we collect the insights, we try to make them available to other companies who face very similar questions and provide basically the knowledge and know-how to run these use cases and hopefully also to foster responsible innovation. Now, these were 3 different examples. Hopefully that was clear, and now you have an understanding what we're looking at. Maybe the outlook is also important. We are now running a pilot here, 2 years, where we look at 3 to 5 use cases, very small use cases. These are not big transformation projects. And then we do the communication and know-how transfer. The second topic is then the rollout, where we want to make this a bit bigger and also geographically extended, because we don't need 26 sandboxes in Switzerland for every canton, 1 sandbox. It's more about to have also a national or even an international view on these topics. And the third one is then also an important aspect for sandboxes. The idea is to resolve the sandbox at some point. So this is not a stable public administration structure. So the goal is really to get rid of it as soon as we have enough intelligence on these different topics on the regulatory front. And then we can transfer maybe some services or some approaches to stable structures within the public administration. And the third and last topic here at the long-term view is really to have an impact also on a policy level with regards to the AI regulation, that we can make informed recommendations on how to maybe adopt or extend existing regulatory frameworks. Thank you very much for the attention. Hopefully that gave you a bit of an overview of what we're doing here at the Canton of Zurich. And it's really great, again, to have all the international experts here also in Zurich. Many thanks. Now, I think it would be a great opportunity also, if you have maybe some questions, Manuel and I will, of course, be happy to answer them. So if there are any questions here in the room or also online, I'm not sure, you can, of course, yeah, there's the first one.
Do you have a sense that the regulatory issues around sandboxes, for example, for AI technologies are different than other tech that has been coming out recently, like social media or you know, more just having more video around, for example? Is there something special about AI technologies that you have to take a different approach?
Yeah, I think not in the nature of AI itself. I think it's a very broad. It's a technology that factors in so many sectors. We saw it in the radar that there's so many cross-sectoral questions here, and also with regards to the rate of change. I think these are the most relevant topics here, because I see also other technologies that might have a similar approach with regards to regulation. But I think it only makes sense if the rate of change is so high that you really can't keep up with the developments. So I think in other technologies where the innovation cycles are a bit longer, I think it makes really more sense to have a traditional approach, to talk with the stakeholders, and to really have a legislative approach that is quite similar as the one we had in recent decades. Is there any question in the chat, maybe?
If not, I would have one.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So already, like the first use case, I think it was where you installed the cameras for the parking system. Did you get any response on already just the fact that you installed different cameras throughout the city? Was there any response from citizens and so on? And how do you communicate that sandboxing environment?
Exactly. So it's a great question because it's a very sensitive topic to install cameras in the public space. We try to really address some of the concerns by first of all being as transparent as possible, and then also by the privacy by design mechanisms that I mentioned before. There are a set of different things we did, but one is also that we, for example, don't use video streams because, again, it's not important to have a video stream to analyze the parking spaces. So single images, which are much less sensitive, usually, generally speaking, than video streams, can also be used. So this is also something we try to address by privacy by design mechanisms that are much more technology related than actually regulation focused.
Do you make the data available?
That's also a great question. We foresee to make the data available to citizens, of course, because we want to limit the search traffic. So there is a regional app that will show the information with the capacities and recommendations where to park in the city center. But the questions will maybe also aimed at other maybe suppliers who want to look into the data, and that's something we now are discussing. If you could maybe also apply to get this data, because one important aspect that you now brought up is within these sandboxes, you get a bit a problem sometimes of prioritizing single actors, single companies, for example, who take advantage of certain services in comparison to competitors who are not part of the sandbox. So there it's really important to also make the results, but also maybe the data as broadly available as possible.
Yeah. Well, in the beginning of the day, we heard a lot about involving consumers, involving citizens. Now, I know that both of you probably have, and I know, for example, SATW has done quite a bit of work on that, as well as it's a priority for Canton of Zurich. Would you be able to just share in 2 minutes each, what are you doing with regards to raising awareness of the citizens, of the consumers, starting with Manuel?
As presented, first project was kind of trying to get the citizens on board and start a dialogue with them and to get their expectations and fears towards the technology. So our experience was very positive on the one hand. So it was 3 very encouraging events. Also the exchange between experts and the citizens and participants of the workshops was, I think, very beneficial, very valuable for both parts. But then again, as I mentioned as well briefly, it was mostly highly educated people. So there is again, you mainly reach with such kind of formats. I think you mainly reach a certain not class, but certain type of people who are used to participate in such an event. And maybe to reach a broader diversity of citizens there, I think you probably need to go to the places and events and so on that are already existing, rather than create something on top or something new and go where the people are. I think that would be a further step, but then again, it's also a lot of work to to organize such kind of events.
Yeah, maybe from our side, we go, of course, in a similar direction. What we do is we kind of do a roadshow in the canton of Zurich, where we really go to the villages outside of the main urban areas. And we invite the people, the inhabitants, to join an event about AI. And it's really targeted at the broader public. And at first, we were a bit concerned that the interest might be very low, but the opposite was the case. So we had really full house in most of the events, and people are really engaged and want to know more about AI. And what we usually do is we talk about the opportunity. First of all, there is a part, what is AI, explained in a very simple manner. And then we do look at the opportunities and threats. And one element that I think is very important is to also make it as tangible as possible for people. So what we do is we invite startups that bring their AI systems, robots, drones, whatever it is that is operated by AI, something that you really can touch, and it really helps to make it tangible for people, because some of these topics might be very, very abstract for the general population that is not engaged in the dialogue constantly. So I think this is a very important element, and we hope to continue this roadshow over the next years. Yeah, maybe Arvin, if there is any question, or in the room, maybe.
Yeah, first I must appreciate the deep thinking process, the way you are organizing the entire process. So I just want to ask one thing, because you told that you do a lot of advocacy events, you go to people, talk about AI policy, and you try to make it more in a democratic manner. So have you received any grievances or any complaints from the citizens, or like any concerns from the citizens once you have applied all these initiatives? That's the first part. And second, what is your grievance redressal mechanism, especially when if anyone got a concern or any question or any problem with your initiatives? So have you received any complaints or grievances?
Yeah, so thank you very much for both questions. I think for the first one, I think it's really important to engage the people in a dialogue, but you won't target everyone in the same manner. I think that there is a subset of people who really has a negative image of these technologies, and a lot of it has to do with the literacy and also understanding, but then is also some concerns don't go away, and a lot of it I think is also with regards to the portrayal within the media. I mean, we often see the humanoid robot that something that is very much into the direction of general artificial intelligence. And I think that creates a lot of anxiety that you don't bring away. But I think to the second question, of course, we want to also use these channels to get insights, to also improve our own initiatives. We haven't done it systematically yet, but of course, when we also present some of these projects, we also get a better understanding. For example, the example that I made with regards to the video stream versus single image, that's also something we learned in the dialogue with people, that they say, okay, if it's not a constant video stream that is filming what I'm doing in a public space, it might address some of the concerns. If that answers your question, maybe partially.
Yep, I think thank you very much. I think that's all we have time for today. It's been really great. Thank you both. And I'm very happy that we were able to get some questions as well. I guess we're going to continue with the talks and with all the collaboration. And thank you very much also, because also our sponsors, both of them. Thank you. I just wanted to now just quickly check with Arvin if our next speaker for the lunchtime for those of us here in Switzerland, of course, but I can assure you that our next speaker is well worth it. It's my great pleasure to have joining us live from Tanzania, Honorable Neema Lungangira, Member of Parliament of Tanzania and Chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. When I spoke to Neema a few months ago to invite her to participate in our summit, I was struck by her passion, her vision, her proactiveness, and her commitment to educating and strengthening the role of African members of parliament in digital development. I think you'll all agree with me that educating and involving policymakers on opportunities and challenges related to AI early and in a systematic manner is a vital step for us to ensure the ethical development of this technology. Of course, another important practical step is also to have forums and platforms available for best practice sharing as well as knowledge sharing. Now, Neema is the founder and chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, which has members from over 30 countries in Africa and is supported by the African Union and the United Nations, amongst other partners. And one of the NGOs Neema is leading is also working towards reducing the gender gap for women in politics. So in her keynote, Neema will share with us key initiatives that she's undergoing, but also highlight for us the vast potential of AI in Africa, in sectors such as health and agriculture, and the role of this technology that it can take in promoting democracy and sustainable development, if, of course, guided in the right way by us all. I've also asked Neema to share with us areas where those of us here from Europe and other parts of the world can contribute to help her achieve her vision. So this session, I hope, is going to be interactive, but of course, without any further ado, I pass the floor to Neema. Welcome, Neema, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's my great pleasure to join you all here this afternoon. And I promise you, as Aisha said, I'm going to make your wait for lunch very, very, very worthwhile. So as introduced, my name is Neema Lungangira. I'm a member of parliament in Tanzania, and I'm also the founder and chair of the African Parliamentary Network of Internet Governance. And the event today is a very important one because artificial intelligence is a core technology. It's a core technology which needs to be equally distributed, and it is very much in line with the fourth industrial revolution. And for this, and the understanding of that is why the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance values and prioritizes artificial intelligence as one of the areas of interest. Why? You know, it's obvious because artificial intelligence today is at the forefront of digital transformation. AI is reshaping the way in which decisions are taken. It's reshaping the digital economy. It's even challenging the media narrative and furthermore, challenging democracy. Therefore, as decision makers and legislators, it is important for us to have a clear understanding that will empower our digital decision-making and ability, both at national and international policy matters. And the African Parliamentary Network of Internet Governance was launched on 19th July 2022, and it currently has about 36 members of parliament from 26 African countries. And we have recognized artificial intelligence as one of the core areas that we need to develop our interest in. Now, when we're talking about artificial intelligence, it's important to recognize a number of areas. And I just wish to quickly touch on AI areas for Africa. The first item is data. when we're using artificial intelligence, there's potential opportunity for data identification, ownership, transparency, and things like open data sets, models, and the sharing of data across continental line, for diverse access of data that will empower our decision making in areas of policy making, digital economies, open competition, but also cross-border markets. Like in Africa, we're talking about regional integration, Africa Free Trade Area. But with that, how are we going to put in place cross-border data sharing? And this is where something like artificial intelligence can become a very powerful tool. The second item is developing local data storage, infrastructure, and logistics for Africa data, and their governance strategies, ownership, and security structures of the Africa Open Data Strategy and AI Policy Framework. Whilst still on this point, it's important for us to contextualize and localize artificial intelligence for African development research and cross-sectional alliances in all elements of society to understand local governance and decision-making models that are to be reflected in the policy guidance process, and also considering the social, cultural, and economic models of an African citizen. But for any of this to happen, we need to grow the literacy level of artificial intelligence competence within our population, from capacity building of civil and government and business communities with dialogue, workshops of inclusive development, and even us as legislators, we still need capacity building in the area of AI. And there are a number of opportunities here when we're talking about artificial intelligence. I'll just give a few examples. Artificial intelligence for the agricultural sector. Most of our countries, I'll take an example, Tanzania, the government is making a lot of efforts in making sure smallholder farmers have the right produce. By this, the government is ordering bulk procurement system of fertilizer. And the purpose of doing bulk procurement system for fertilizer is to ensure that the smallholder farmer can get fertilizer at an affordable price. But here's where artificial intelligence can be revolutionary. Right now, it is not as easy to determine how much, the quantity of fertilizer that will be needed at every particular time or every location. For example, I come from Kagera, it's a peripheral region. So how much fertilizer is needed by smaller farmers in Kagera versus Dodoma versus other regions? Now with artificial intelligence, we can be able to not only have the data as a whole, but to segregate the data to the point of knowing how much each village, how many smallholder farmers are per village, therefore how much fertilizer would be needed. Second item is schools. In a lot of African countries, there have been reported cases of young women complaining of gender-based violences from their teachers. Teachers asking for sexual favors for their exams to be marked in a certain way or to be favorably marked. Now, if we use artificial intelligence, then we can eliminate the issue of marking, individual marking, and artificial intelligence can ensure that we have a uniform marking scheme that will eliminate the need for teachers trying to take advantage of young women who are so desperately to do well in their education. And just before summing up, there's an issue of also artificial intelligence and diversity. With less representation of marginalized groups in the creation and shaping of artificial intelligence, the biases against women, people of color, developing nations of the global south will be reinforced. And we'll end up finding ourselves in a vicious circle that will inevitably increase the digital divide. Therefore, it is important for artificial intelligence innovation, development, open standards for use of case integration should be fostered in our academia, civil society, and governance institutions. And earlier on, I touched on the fact that we as legislators, as African parliamentarians, have seen the importance of artificial intelligence and the impact and the potential impact, both positive and negative, it has towards democracy. And we feel that we as African parliamentarians cannot sit back and wait until when, as a continent, we catch up. We need to start being proactive. We need to start being prepared today we need to start understanding how best can artificial intelligence be used? Because it is only then when we have that understanding, we will then be able to create enabling policies and legislative framework for AI to be used positively and not negatively. I think, Aish, I can just stop here for now. And if you have any follow-up questions that then it can enable me to elaborate further on specific topics.
Sure. Any questions from the audience here? Nothing? How about in the chat, all those that are joining? Nima, you have a lot of noise in the back. Is there something we can do about that? Or
wait?
No. Now it's okay. All right. Anybody has any questions? Arvin, would you please tell us if there's anything from the chat?
Yes, we have a question in the chat for Nema. So do you see African nations as consumers of AI or also suppliers of it? If the latter, how could Africa reach this goal and in which fields?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The question is, do you see African nations as consumers of AI or also suppliers of it? If the latter, how could Africa reach this goal and in which field?
Thank you. One of the things is, as I earlier mentioned, definitely we as the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance foresee African nations as consumers of artificial intelligence because it's a technological development that is inevitable. And alongside that, we also have to ensure that we build our own capacity so that we can also develop AI interventions that are relevant for our needs. And this is one of the things that led to the creation of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, so that as African parliamentarians, we should not be left behind. We should be part and parcel of this process so that we can inform the right policy frameworks, but also provide the right guidance for our governments towards how to handle AI. Because at the moment, AI is an unknown for most of us. And if it continues being an unknown, oftentimes the natural way of dealing with the unknown is to protect. But protecting against AI may not be the best way forward, which is why we're pushing for capacity building for African parliamentarians, but also ensuring that AI is being streamlined within the government structures and governance so that Africa we cannot continue catching up, but rather we need to be proactive.
Okay. Any more questions here? If not, I have whilst people are coming in, I'm going to have one as well. I understand, Nima, that you have, in terms of you as a member of parliament for Tanzania, you have your priorities being food security, health, digital development, inclusion, and gender equality, as well as environment. Now, from where you are, which of these areas would you say are the ones where, AI can really help the most? And if so, what really is happening in that particular field?
Thank you. So to me, I see in the areas of my personal priorities. If I touch on nutrition, for example, I'm very passionate about nutrition and making sure that we provide this needed services that can save lives for the children with acute malnutrition. How AI can come into place. Every 4 years, we have national surveys. And we're told that, like the 2018 National Nutrition Survey said there's about 86,000 plus children who have acute malnutrition. But the question is, where are these children? What has happened to these children since 2018 to now? So if we have AI, it can help us to actually pinpoint, to know where they are, how they're faring, and to follow up on their development. That's one. But two, when we're talking about gender equality in politics, right now, for most female parliamentarians to be online, the sheer amount of online abuse that we're subjected to is incredible. That makes a lot of women in politics not to want to be online. Now, perhaps artificial intelligence can come up with a mechanism that can sort of sieve through the abusive comments and block them or remove them. So there's also an opportunity. There's also an opportunity on that front. But thirdly, also in terms of areas of digital health, there's a lot of most African countries are big. For example, Tanzania, to come from Dar es Salaam to the region where I'm from, it takes 2 days on the road, and the roads are tarmac. So when we're talking about digitalizing our healthcare systems, strengthening our healthcare systems from the community level, artificial intelligence can be crucial in the data management, data storage, and even coming up with the sort of health status mapping of knowing in a country which villages are more prone to which disease, so that can inform the government to take resources and health related interventions to the right places.
Just a follow-up question there, because there's obviously a lot to be done, and I mean it's great to listen to you because we understand that there's so much opportunity, and we just linking back to the very first panel this morning when we were looking at who should really be taking the lead, who should be the one. Is it basically the private sector who has to be taking the lead to help you sort of achieve your vision? Or is it basically your, compatriots who are at the government level? How to actually go about ensuring that you can really capture this benefit?
Thank you, Aisha. I think what I can say, it's obvious with artificial intelligence, private sector plays a critical role. And for most developing countries, African countries, including Tanzania, there's a strong recognition of the importance of public-private partnership. So in this case, as African parliamentarians, we want to be at the forefront of this artificial intelligence development in our countries and in our continent. So we will very much welcome the opportunity of liaising with private sector, linking them with government to ensure that some of the areas that I've just shared and other areas that will be of mutual interest, we can see how artificial intelligence can be used positively. And that will enable us and empower us, one, to make sure that artificial intelligence is recognized and prioritized by governments, but also for governments to start putting in the necessary framework for artificial intelligence to operate and to be functional.
There's a question from the audience. Great.
Hi, Naima. One question I had is, in your policy priorities, how do you rank issues of investment in AI technology or developing AI technology in Tanzania versus a labor market or immigration a policy approach where you try to bring in experts or researchers or developers or computer data scientists into Tanzania from abroad?
So as I earlier mentioned, in a lot of African countries, including Tanzania, the topic of artificial intelligence is still at a very, very infant stage, very, very early discussions. It's not a widespread discussion, but we as African parliamentarians, and there's a few parliamentarians here in Tanzania, we've decided to champion the agenda of artificial intelligence. And therefore, should there be any opportunity, and if it's an investment opportunity, definitely we can liaise with the relevant authorities here in Tanzania. But we also have the Tanzania ICT Commission, who we have also started engaging with them on areas and matters of artificial intelligence. So as you rightly said, we need to have the capacity, we need to have the research, we need to have the early stage researches and dialogues that will also kind of show the potential. So just thinking of your question, I'm also seeing an opportunity of creating an artificial intelligence opportunities mapping exercise in developing countries, and I'll be very, very, very willing to champion that to happen in Tanzania. Should any of you be interested? Should any of you be interested to embark on this endeavor?
Right, thank you. I think we have another question here from Filippo.
Hi, Nima. I wanted to understand a bit better, how do you see the African Parliamentary Network? Do you see mostly as equipping parliamentarians to participate in this discussion, like training and things like that? Or do you really see it as a mechanism for regional coordination, to coordinate policies, to try to have similar laws in similar countries? And if it is the latter, in which areas do you see more opportunity for collaboration, and in which areas do you see more divergence between national interests?
Thank you for that very important question. And it is the latter. We see the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance as an avenue and vehicle to push for policy development and to make sure there is an alignment between our countries. And we as parliamentarians can speak the same language within our parliament so that we can push for the same agendas. We have the African Union data protection framework. We have the African Union digital transformation strategy in place. And with that, it's not possible to achieve that if each and every African country will have differences in their policies. A very good example is data protection. Each and every country is having data protection acts, but at the same time, we want regional integration. So how is the issue of cross-border data sharing going to be managed? But through us as a network, we will be able to champion and kind of see through these areas. And as we just recently launched, we understand even the level of understanding amongst us as parliamentarians needs capacity building, because the tech sector has been developing and has developed over time in exclusion of parliamentarians. We have never been in the discussion. And now for the first time as African parliamentarians, we've come together and we're saying we want to be part of this discussion. We want to be part of this process so that we can contribute towards digital transformation in our continent and in our respective countries. So there's a huge opportunity for collaboration. But first, there's an opportunity for capacity building, even for ourselves as parliamentarians, to truly understand the value and potential of new technologies such as artificial intelligence. So if there's any interest in collaborating with us as African parliamentarians, and as I earlier said, we currently have 36 members of parliament from about 26 African countries, and the aim is to have at least a member from each African country, and then it's through the network we give each other's terms of reference to make sure that we push the agendas within our respective parliaments. Thank you.
Great. Just on that, and then I'm going to open also to the online chat for you, Arvin. But in terms of you set up this network, it's not, my understanding is it's not that old, so it's kind of recent. But you of course are moving with a great pace, and you have newer members every day from what I see. When you look together, when you talk about capacity building, are there any specific areas in capacity building that you have identified as those that should be prioritized first? So it's just a two-part question, and the first would be that what they are, and secondly, how for some those that are outside, here in other parts of the world, what could be the players that could help also with that?
Thank you. So we've identified a few areas of capacity building. For example, we have identified Internet of Things, digital democracy, digital rights. And here, when we're talking about digital rights, it's also including the issues of internet shutdowns. Because it's important for us as legislators to understand the impacts of that and how that also impacts our own work as parliamentarians. Issue of artificial intelligence, issue of data protection, revenue sharing, with the revenue generated from social media platforms, issues of online gender abuse, how to curb that so that we can make the online space more conducive for women in politics to also be on board. And so we've identified one, capacity building as an area that we want to focus on. But second is also to organize dialogues, because another way for us learning is to have peer-to-peer dialogues with parliamentarians from other parts from the global north, be it the EU Parliament, UK Parliament, US, Canada, Australia, etc. But also dialogues with experts such as yourselves, such that we can have targeted sessions, and through those sessions in specific topics that will enable us to also gain capacity building. But thirdly is for us to also create and champion the multi-sectoral policy dialogues on these areas. For example, bringing together AI experts, us as parliamentarians, government officials, to discuss these issues of AI. And as parliamentarians, it means we have the access to pull and bring these people together. So in a nutshell, that's where we are, and we're hoping that by November this year, we will have an initial, at least, concept note for our priorities for 2023, because we want to grow organically. We don't want to jump into creating like a 3-year strategic plan, whilst at the moment we're not well informed and well aligned in terms of what we want to prioritize. So 2023, we'll identify a few activities and dialogues that we want to do, including capacity building, so that by the end of 2023, we will then be at a better position to know, okay, for the next 3 years, 2024, 2027, these are the areas that we're going to prioritize. These are the things that we want to achieve. And we are hoping that those who will be listening to this call, and those of you in the room and online, will be able to walk with us through this journey so that we can contribute to that impact that we want to achieve.
Certainly. And I think we'll definitely, now that we have you as part of our network, we'll very much be looking forward to also working with you going forward. I see Arvind there. Arvind, do we have any questions in the chat?
Just one additional common question. So how and to what extent are African parliamentarians empowered to influence AI policies in their home countries? Is it just like a... Thanks, Name.
Thank you. As I earlier said, is as legislators and policymakers, there are different ways in which policies and legislations are created or are developed in any given country. One, it can be initiated by the government. The government sees a certain need of a policy or legislation, and it can be initiated by the government. But two, it can also be initiated by parliamentarians. So with the issue of artificial intelligence, we see the need of us initiating it. That is why we're trying to be at the forefront of this discussion. Hence, I'm very humbled to get this opportunity to be speaking here with you all today. However, for us to do it diligently and effectively, we too need to understand the nuts and bolts of artificial intelligence. Hence, takes us back to the point of targeted and specific capacity building for parliamentarians, whilst bearing in mind the potential, the sheer potential of the impact that we can create towards pushing for national artificial intelligence policies, but not only national, even regional focus. Because, for example, a country like Tanzania is a member of the East African community, but also a member of SADC. So the opportunities are vast. But what I'm here today to appeal to all of you is to work with us and empower us to do our part. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions here from the audience? Did I see some hands? No. Well, in that case, maybe Nima, I just give you, because we still have a little bit of time, and I don't want to ask a question, but maybe give you the floor again to see if there is anything else that you would like to share with us. So we don't just have people, of course, here with us in the room, but a lot of them joining also online. And this talk will, of course, also be recorded and shared with even more of those participants that joined us. We had almost about 81 countries registering, so we're really proud of that. So the question would be, anything else you'd like to share with us, that you'd like to say to our audience, that you'd like to add to what you've already shared?
Thank you very much. So what I can say is the African Parliamentary Network on Digital Governance is willing to work with all of you on this important of artificial intelligence. We prioritize the topic, and I reaffirm our commitment to work with you all, and I appeal to you to see how you can work with us, empower us to be at the forefront of this topic of artificial intelligence, because I understand fully that there opportunities for artificial intelligence are massive, and they can unlock a lot of and it can unlock a lot of opportunities for us in terms of development. However, for us to do that, we too need to own this agenda, and we need to be capacitated. And there are a lot of opportunities in our country. So we welcome also the collaboration in our respective countries. For example, I heard one of the previous speakers, they're using artificial intelligence for tractors. You know, that can be a huge potential for us in African countries, especially considering we want to go into mass farming production. We want to go to mass farming production. So the opportunities are vast. But for us to tap into those opportunities, we need to understand this topic of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Much. Well, thanks a lot, Nima. I think that's all probably what we have time for today. Thanks so much for joining in. I know it's not very easy. I also know that you're always traveling quite a lot, so we really appreciate that. I think we're going to now be moving on to a break. So those of us who've been with us, it's well deserved. We are going to start with the next panel at 2:30 sharp. Swiss time. So we will thank you, Nima. I would just say goodbye to you, and we hope to keep in touch. Thank you. For those of you who are, of course, here for lunch, lunch is going to be upstairs. You should have received the lunch vouchers in your badges, or otherwise downstairs from the reception. Please, of course, we'll be starting at 2:30 sharp, so you will hear a bell while in the lunchroom 15 minutes in advance, so please make it here. For those of you who are joining us online, thank you very much for joining. It's a break now until 2:30 Swiss time, when we're going to come back and talk about AI and future of work. Thanks all for this morning session.
Recording stopped.